Act 1. The Drifting Maelstrom. Chapter 1. The technique was not supposed to fail like this. Naruto had used the Flying Thunder God 1,000 times before, chained to a kunai marker or thrown clean across a battlefield in half a heartbeat, but this was neither of those things. This was Kurama's chakra bent through a seal that had never been tested, poured into a jutsu that Minato himself had warned might tear more than space. It was meant to send him 3 seconds into the past, just far enough to catch a falling ally before the ground did. Instead, the world had folded around him like paper crushed in a fist, colors bleeding sideways, sound arriving before sight, and then there had been nothing at all. He woke lying face down in wet grass that smelled wrong. Not bad, just wrong, the way a familiar room smells wrong when someone has rearranged the furniture while you slept. He pushed himself up on shaking arms and found blood in his palm prints, his own blood, seeping from a gash along his ribs that the fall must have opened. Sunlight came down through a canopy of trees he almost recognized and did not recognize at all, the leaves too broad, the bark too pale. Where, he muttered, and stopped, because his voice sounded strange in his own ears, as if the air itself was carrying it differently. He forced himself upright. Chakra still answered when he called it, sluggish and thin like water through a cracked pipe, but it answered. That was something. He checked the seal on his stomach out of old habit and felt Kurama stir, groggy and disoriented in a way the fox had not been in years. What did you do, Kit? I don't know, Naruto admitted. I don't know where we are. This is not our world. Kurama's voice came slow, each word like a stone being turned over and examined. The chakra here. It's wrong. Familiar and wrong. Like a song played in the wrong key. Naruto took a breath and looked around properly. He was in a forest, that much was plain, tall pines mixed with the strange pale bark trees, undergrowth thick enough to swallow a person whole. No path. No landmark he could name. He tried to trace the chakra signatures around him the way Kakashi had drummed into him years ago, spreading his awareness outward in slow rings, and found nothing close, only the vague hum of distant human presence somewhere to the east. East was as good a direction as any. He walked for what felt like an hour, favoring his side, using a broken branch as a crude support until the wound knitted enough for Kurama's chakra to take over the healing in earnest. The forest thinned by degrees into farmland, terrace rice paddies catching the afternoon light, and beyond them the unmistakable silhouette of a village wall. It looked like Konoha. Not exactly, but close enough that his chest tightened at the sight of it, close enough that for one disorienting moment, he let himself believe the jutsu had only thrown him sideways in time rather than sideways in something else entirely. The gate was carved with a leaf. The rooftops climbed the same gentle slope toward a cliff face in the distance. He stopped at the tree line and stared at that cliff face for a long time, because the faces carved into it were wrong. The first. The second. The third. And then, where the fourth should have been, smiling out over a village that did not know his name, there was only bare stone, waiting. That's not right, Naruto said quietly. Nothing here is right, Kurama rumbled. I told you. Wrong key. Same song, wrong key. He almost turned back into the trees to think, to plan, to do any of the sensible things a trained shinobi was supposed to do before walking into an unknown village bleeding and alone. He got as far as the thought before his legs gave out from under him, the last of his strength spent on the walk, the wound in his side reopening with the movement, and the ground came up to meet him a second time. The last thing he registered before the dark took him was footsteps, quick and light, someone running toward him rather than away, and a voice sharp with alarm calling out words he couldn't quite catch. Red hair swam at the edge of his vision, bright as a struck match against the green of the grass, and something in his chest twisted painfully at the color even as the world went out like a snuffed candle. He woke a second time in a bed that was not his, under a ceiling that was not his, with the ache in his side reduced to a dull throb and the unmistakable smell of antiseptic and boiled herbs in the air. It took him a moment to place the second smell. Someone had been changing his bandages recently. You're finally up. He turned his head too fast and regretted it. The woman sitting beside the bed had a saban rolled idly between 2 fingers, a habit that looked worn smooth from years of repetition, and hair the color of autumn leaves pulled back in a loose tail that had mostly come undone. She looked perhaps 30, sharp-eyed, dressed in a flak jacket that marked her as a jonin, and it took Naruto a full 3 seconds to place why his throat had gone tight and his eyes had gone hot before he had said a single word. She had his mother's face. Not close. Not similar. His mother's face, down to the shape of her eyes and the stubborn set of her jaw, the same violet-blue eyes that Naruto had only ever seen in a handful of old photographs and one memory sealed inside a scroll that had cost him more than he liked to admit to unlock. He had spent years imagining what it would be like to hear Kushina Uzumaki's voice directed at him instead of at a memory. He had never imagined it would happen like this, from a stranger who did not know him, in a village that was not quite his own. "Hey," the woman said, more gently now, reading something in his face that made her uncurl slightly from the wary posture she'd been holding. "You've got the look of someone who just saw a ghost. You all right in there?" Naruto opened his mouth. Nothing came out. "Easy," she said. "You lost a lot of blood and you were babbling nonsense for 2 days straight, half of it in a language I've never heard and half of it just my name, over and over, like you were trying to convince yourself of something. So before you strain something important, why don't you start with who you are, and I'll tell you where you've landed." "Kushina," Naruto managed, and it came out cracked, half question and half confession. Something shifted behind her eyes, surprise sharpening into caution. "You know my name. That's more than most people I fish half dead out of the forests manage on day one." She leaned forward, Saban stilling between her fingers. "So, who are you, and how do you know it?" Naruto looked at his own hands, at the faint scars there that this world had no record of, and understood with a slow, sinking certainty that whatever answer he gave next would have to be a lie built carefully enough to survive scrutiny, because the truth was not something either of them was ready to hold. "My name's Naruto," he said finally. That much, at least, could stay true. And it's a long story. Chapter 2. Kushina Uzumaki, it turned out, did not let long stories go untold simply because the person telling them looked like they might crack down the middle if pressed too hard. "You've got 3 days before I report an unregistered shinobi bleeding out in my forest to the Hokage," she said, settling back into the chair with the particular patience of someone who had spent a career waiting out genin who thought silence was a strategy. "That's me being generous. Most people would have hauled you to TI the second you woke up talking in your sleep about things that don't exist here." "What things?" Naruto asked, too fast, and regretted it immediately from the way her eyes narrowed. "A village called Konoha that isn't this one. A man named Minato you kept apologizing to. And my name, over and over, like a prayer." She tilted her head. "Want to try that story again, or should I get comfortable?" He thought about lying. He was good at lying when the situation called for a loud, obvious kind of deception, the sort that made people underestimate him long enough to land a real blow, but he had never been good at the quiet kind, the sustained kind, the kind that required maintaining a false face across days and weeks. And something about sitting across from a woman who wore his mother's face made the idea of lying to her feel like a betrayal before he'd even opened his mouth. So he told her most of it. Not all. He left out names that would mean too much, dates that would place things too precisely, but he told her about a village called Konoha, about a war that had cost him almost everyone he loved, about a jutsu gone wrong that had thrown him somewhere he didn't belong. He did not tell her that in his world, in the life he'd lived before the light went out, and the grass came up to meet him, she had died protecting an infant version of him on the night he was born. Kushina listened without interrupting, which he would come to learn was itself unusual for her, and when he finished she sat quiet for a long moment turning the senbon over in her fingers. "A version of this village that isn't this village," she said slowly. "A version of me that isn't me. You understand how that sounds?" "Yeah," Naruto admitted. "Trust me, I know how it sounds, and yet." She studied him, something calculating and not unkind in the look. "Your chakra's strange. Not enemy strange. Just strange, like it doesn't quite fit the shape of things around here. I've felt maybe 3 chakra signatures in my life that made the hair on my arms stand up, and yours makes 4. A beat. You're not lying to me." Or if you are, you believe every word of it, which is close enough for now. So what happens now? Now, Kushina said, standing and stretching until her spine popped, you rest another day, because you're still healing whether you like it or not, and then I take you to the Hokage myself, because that's the smart move and I like being the one who makes the smart move before someone else makes it for me. She paused at the door, glancing back. For what it's worth. Whatever you lost back where you came from. I'm sorry for it. Nobody talks about people the way you talked about your Minato and your Konoha unless the losing broke something. She left before he could answer, which was probably a mercy, because his throat had closed up too tight to manage words anyway. The Hokage of this world was not the third. It was a tall man with a scarred jaw and iron gray hair cropped close, introduced to Naruto only as Hokage-sama at first, and later, once trust had been extended by the barest possible margin, as Tereo Sarutobi, a name close enough to the third's own family line that Naruto's stomach twisted at the coincidence, and then twisted harder at the realization that in a world this close to his own, coincidence might not be the right word for it at all. The interrogation, when it came, was thorough and professional and mercifully free of the kind of theatrics Naruto had half expected. A woman with the Yamanaka clan's pale eyes examined his memories with his consent, carefully, respectfully, extracting only enough to confirm that his account matched what his own mind believed to be true, and afterward the Hokage sat across from him with steepled fingers and an expression Naruto could not quite read. A traveler between worlds, Tereo said at last. I've read the old scrolls that speculate such a thing is possible. I never expected to interview one. I didn't exactly plan the trip, Naruto said. No, I imagine not. The Hokage's gaze flicked briefly toward the window, toward the cliff face with its three faces and its waiting stone. You understand the position this puts me in. A stranger with power enough to unsettle a censor as experienced as Kushina, claiming an impossible origin, arriving in the middle of a delicate season for this village. A pause. We are not currently at war. We are also not currently at peace, not truly, not with certain movements along our borders that I won't burden you with today. I cannot simply release a variable I don't understand into that situation. So what happens to me? For now, you remain under supervision. Kushina found you. Kushina vouched for the truth of your account as best she could determine it, and Kushina, against what I suspect is her better judgment, has offered to take responsibility for you while we determine what to do with a man who fell out of another sky. Something almost like amusement crossed the old shinobi's face. I'd advise you not to waste that offer. She doesn't make it lightly. Naruto looked down at his own hands again, at the strange scars this world knew nothing about, and thought about a version of this woman who had died so that he might live, and a version standing in a hallway 3 days ago telling him she was sorry for whatever he'd lost, and could not for the life of him decide whether the universe had handed him a second chance or a wound dressed up to look like one. Okay, he said, because it was the only word that fit. I'll try not to waste it. Chapter 3. The house Kushina lived in was smaller than Naruto expected, tucked at the edge of a quiet street with a garden gone slightly wild around the edges, herbs and vegetables growing in rows that had clearly been planted with intention and then left to fend for themselves under a shinobi's irregular schedule. She showed him the spare room without ceremony, tossed a folded set of clothes onto the bed that were, she informed him flatly, going to fit badly, and that was his problem, and told him breakfast happened whenever she remembered to make it, and he was welcome to fend for himself otherwise. It was, Naruto thought, oddly close to how he imagined she might have run a household in any world. The first week passed in careful, watchful silence on both sides. Naruto was aware of being observed, not maliciously, but with the steady attention of a woman who had agreed to house an unknown quantity, and intended to know exactly what she'd invited under her roof. He answered what he could, deflected what he couldn't, and spent the empty hours rebuilding his strength with slow, careful training in the yard behind the house, chakra control exercises that felt almost insultingly basic after everything he'd survived and yet were exactly what his battered coils needed. Kushina watched him from the porch on the fourth evening, Saban rolling between her fingers, and finally broke the silence that had stretched between them all week. Your form's good, she said. Better than good. But you fight like someone who's been carrying something heavy for a long time and never got to put it down. Naruto let the chakra dissipate from his palms and sat back on his heels, breathing hard. That obvious? To someone who's done the same, yeah? She came down the porch steps, dropped into a cross-legged seat in the grass a respectful distance away, and for once didn't reach for the saman. I lost my clan when I was young. Whole village gone, before I ever really understood what I'd had. Grew up here instead, an outsider with a name nobody could place and a temper everybody had opinions about. A humorless huff of breath. Learned young that the only way through is forward. Doesn't mean the weight goes away. Just means you get better at carrying it without it showing. Yuzushiogakure, Naruto said quietly, before he could stop himself. Kushina went very still. How do you know that name? He'd slipped, and there was no elegant way back from it, so he chose the truth instead, or as much of it as he dared. Where I'm from. You told me. About your clan, your village, everything you lost. We were close, in my world. Closer than I think I understood until it was gone. Was, she repeated softly. Past tense. Naruto didn't answer, and the silence that followed said everything his words wouldn't. I'm not her, Kushina said eventually, not unkindly, but with the careful firmness of someone drawing a necessary line. Whoever she was to you. Whatever she meant. I need you to understand that, Naruto, because I can see it in your face sometimes, like you're looking at a ghost instead of a person. I know, he said, and meant it. I'm trying. Trying's good enough for now. She almost smiled, a small crooked thing that transformed her whole face for a moment. Come on. You've been living on my cooking and my patience for a week. The least you can do is help me weed that garden before it swallows the house whole. They worked in comfortable quiet as the sun dropped low and orange over the rooftops, and Naruto found himself, for the first time since the world had folded around him and spat him out somewhere unfamiliar, almost able to breathe without the weight in his chest crushing the air out of him first. It didn't last. Nothing good in his life ever seemed to, and he'd learned by now not to trust the quiet moments too much, but he let himself have this one anyway. Dirt under his fingernails and a woman who wasn't his mother laughing at him for pulling up a radish instead of a weed, because even a borrowed peace was still a kind of peace, and he had gone a very long time without any at all. Chapter 4. The trouble started, as trouble often did, with a mission that should have been simple. Kushina was assigned a border patrol 2 weeks into Naruto's stay, a routine sweep of the eastern trade roads following reports of bandit activity that had grown bold enough to threaten merchant caravans. She'd argued, briefly and without real heat, that hauling an unregistered variable along on a shinobi mission was against every protocol the Hokage himself had laid down, and Tereo had countered, with the particular patience of a man who had already made up his mind, that a variable capable of unsettling Kushina's senses was exactly the kind of asset worth testing under controlled conditions. Controlled conditions, Kushina muttered as they set out at dawn, 3 other jonin falling into step around them. Right. Because bandit country is famous for being controlled. I'll behave, Naruto offered. You'll follow orders, she corrected, which for you might be a bigger ask. The patrol went smoothly for the better part of 2 days, the kind of uneventful monotony that let old instincts settle back into familiar grooves, and Naruto found himself falling into rhythm with the other shinobi with an ease that surprised him. It was different, being part of a team again rather than the center of one, taking direction instead of giving it, and there was something almost restful in the anonymity of it. The bandits, when they found them, were not bandits at all. Naruto caught the chakra signature first, a beat before Kushina's own senses flared to alertness beside him, something coiled and patient in the tree line ahead that didn't match the scattered, disorganized pattern of common highway thieves. He raised a hand, and to his mild surprise the patrol actually stopped and looked to him for confirmation before Kushina gave the order to fan out. Not bandits, he said quietly. Too disciplined. That's a shinobi formation. Rogue cell, one of the other jonin muttered. There's been chatter. Missing means selling out to the highest bidder, hitting caravans for funding. The ambush came anyway, because knowing a trap existed and avoiding its teeth were 2 different skills entirely, and the fight that followed was fast and ugly in the way real fights always were. nothing like the clean choreography Naruto had half-consciously expected from a world so close to his own. He fought beside Kushina without thinking too hard about the strangeness of it, matching her rhythm, covering the gap when a missing nin's water technique nearly caught her from a blind angle, and when the dust settled and the last of the rogue cell lay defeated or fled, she rounded on him with an expression that was half fury and half something he couldn't quite name. "You could have been killed pulling that," she snapped. "That water clone had your name written on it. You were open," he said simply. "I wasn't gonna let that happen." Something in her face flickered and shuddered before he could read it fully. "Don't do that again without a signal. I don't care how fast you are. This isn't your world, and I am not going to be the reason you get yourself killed in it because you've decided playing hero is a habit you can't shake." "Noted," Naruto said, and meant it, even as something warm and unfamiliar settled low in his chest at the fierce, protective edge in her voice. A tone he recognized bone deep from somewhere he could never go back to and had never actually gotten to hear directed at him in the flesh. They made camp that night at the edge of a stream, the other jonin taking first watch while Kushina tended a shallow cut along Naruto's forearm with brisk, efficient hands that belied the gentleness of the actual work. "You fight like you've got nothing left to lose," she said, not looking up from the bandage. "That's not a compliment, by the way." "Yeah," Naruto admitted. "I noticed that about myself too, lately." "Well, stop it." She tied off the bandage and finally met his eyes, firelight catching the violet blue of them in a way that made his chest ache. "Whatever you lost back home, you don't get it back by throwing yourself in front of every blade that comes near me. You hear me?" "I hear you," he said quietly, and did not tell her that in the version of his life where she had lived long enough to say those words to him as a child, he had spent years imagining exactly this, someone with her face telling him to be careful because his life mattered to somebody. He filed the thought away, careful and quiet, in the same place he kept everything else he wasn't ready to look at directly, and let the fire and the sound of the stream carry him toward an uneasy sleep. Chapter 5. The rogue cell turned out to be the visible edge of something larger, a network of missing nins selling their skills to a buyer nobody in the border patrol could identify, and the report Kushina filed on their return kicked off a chain of meetings that kept her out of the house at odd hours for the better part of a week. Naruto used the time to make himself useful in smaller ways, repairing the fence around the garden, restocking the pantry with what little money the Hokage's office had allotted him as a temporary resident, and slowly, cautiously, beginning to explore the village itself. It was strange, walking streets that mirrored his home so closely and diverged so sharply. The ramen stand was there, run by a broad-shouldered man whose face was almost but not quite Tsuchi's, and Naruto sat at the counter for the first time in what felt like a lifetime and ordered a bowl with hands that shook slightly at the familiarity of the smell alone. He didn't cry. He came close enough that the stand's owner slid him a second bowl without being asked and didn't comment on the reason why. He met other pieces of a world he half recognized. A girl with the Hyuga clan's pale eyes who flinched at loud noises and steadied herself with a resolve that reminded him painfully of someone he'd once watched grow from a shy child into a woman who never flinched at all. A boy with the Nara family's lazy slouch who beat him at shogi twice in a row and called him troublesome with an exasperated fondness that felt like coming home to a room that had been rearranged just enough to hurt. None of them were the people he'd known. All of them carried enough of the shape of those people that walking among them felt like grief and comfort tangled into a single unbearable knot. Kushina found him sitting on the Hokage monument one evening, on the bare stretch of stone where the fourth's face should have been carved and wasn't, staring out over a village that didn't know it had a hole in its history where a hero used to stand. "Figured I'd find you up here eventually," she said, settling down beside him without asking permission, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. "Everybody who's carrying something too big ends up here sooner or later. Best view in the village for feeling sorry for yourself." "I'm not feeling sorry for myself." "Sure you're not." She bumped his shoulder with hers, gentle, almost teasing. "You've got that look. I've worn it myself plenty of times." "This your Minato's spot back home?" He didn't answer right away, and she didn't push, just sat with him in the deepening dark as the village lights came up one by one below them like a mirror of the stars overhead. "He should have had a family," Naruto said eventually, so quiet he almost hoped the wind would carry the words away before she caught them. He and Kushina both. They should have gotten to grow old and annoying and ordinary. Instead, they got one night together with their kid before it all went wrong, and that's it, that's the whole story, one night. That's a hard thing to carry, Kushina said, and there was no pity in it, only a weight of understanding that told him she'd carried something of her own shape before. Doesn't sound like it was your fault, though. Whatever went wrong. Doesn't feel that way some days. Grief's a liar like that. She was quiet a moment, watching the lights below. For what it's worth. Whoever your Kushina was to you. Sounds like she'd want you to actually live the second chance the universe apparently decided to hand you, instead of spending it up here mourning a version of a life you can't get back. Naruto turned to look at her then, really look, at the stubborn set of her jaw and the fierce, careful kindness in her eyes that had nothing to do with the version of her he'd never gotten to know and everything to do with the woman actually sitting beside him, and felt something in his chest shift and settle into a shape he wasn't ready to name yet. Yeah, he said softly. Maybe she would. They sat together until the last of the light faded from the sky, close enough that when the night air turned cold Kushina didn't move away, and neither did he, and for once the silence between them held nothing but the easy, unhurried comfort of two people who had each, in their own way, learned exactly how much a person could survive and still keep walking forward. Chapter 6. Trust, once it started to built quickly. The Hokage lifted the last of Naruto's formal restrictions a month into his stay, satisfied by a second round of careful questioning and by the growing chorus of jonin willing to vouch for his conduct in the field. And with the restrictions gone came the first real missions, small ones at first, then larger, until the rhythm of shinobi life settled around Naruto like a familiar coat pulled from a closet after a long winter. He and Kushina were paired often, whether by design or coincidence he never quite worked out, and the partnership that grew between them shifted by careful degrees from wary cohabitation into something that felt, on the good days, dangerously close to what he imagined a real family might have felt like. She teased him mercilessly about his appetite. He learned to read the particular silence that meant she was thinking rather than the one that meant she was angry. They fell into a rhythm of cooking dinner together most evenings, an unspoken agreement neither of them had ever actually voiced out loud, and more than once Naruto caught himself simply watching her across the kitchen, chopping vegetables with quick, practiced hands, and had to remind himself firmly of every reason this was complicated. It didn't stop the feeling from growing anyway. You're staring again, Kushina said one evening, not looking up from the pot she was stirring, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her mouth that told him she wasn't actually bothered. Sorry, Naruto said, and didn't quite manage to sound like he meant it. Don't apologize. Just tell me what's going on in that head of yours before I start imagining worse things than what's probably true. He hesitated, weighing a dozen careful non-answers, and settled instead on something close enough to honest to survive her scrutiny. Just thinking about how different this is from what I thought my life was gonna look like. Better or worse? Different, he said again, because it was the safest word available to him, even though some quieter, more honest part of him wanted to say better, wanted to say that for the first time since the world folded and dropped him somewhere unfamiliar, he had started to feel like a person building something instead of a person carrying wreckage. Kushina set down her spoon and turned to face him fully, arms crossing loosely over her chest, expression unreadable in the way it only got when she was about to say something that mattered. Can I tell you something? And you're not allowed to make it weird. No promises, he said, and got a huff of laughter for his trouble. I wasn't looking to take anybody in when I found you bleeding in that forest, she said. I've lived alone a long time, Naruto. Made my peace with it, mostly. Figured a shinobi life doesn't leave a lot of room for anything soft, and I'd rather have no room than half a room I couldn't properly fill. She held his gaze, steady despite the faint color rising in her cheeks. This last month's made me start wondering if I was wrong about that. His heart did something complicated and painful in his chest. Hope and grief tangled so tightly together he couldn't have separated them if he'd tried. Kushina. You don't have to say anything, she said quickly, a flush deepening at her own daring, waving a hand as though she could physically push the moment back into the box she'd apparently kept it in until now. I just figured you should know. Whatever this is, whatever it's turning into. It's not one-sided. That's all. Naruto crossed the small kitchen before he'd fully decided to move, close enough that she had to tilt her head up slightly to hold his gaze, and reached out to take her hand where it had fallen loose at her side, lacing his fingers through hers with a gentleness that felt like the most careful thing he'd done in years. She let him. Her fingers curled around his in answer, warm and steady, and for a long moment neither of them said anything at all, the pot on the stove forgotten and beginning to bubble over unheeded behind her. It's not one-sided, Naruto agreed softly, and when he leaned down to press the lightest, most careful kiss to her forehead rather than her mouth, unwilling to rush past something that felt too fragile and too precious to handle carelessly, Kushina's breath caught audibly and her free hand came up to rest against his chest, not pushing him away, just resting there, feeling the too fast beat of his heart under her palm. "Dinner's burning," she said eventually, voice a little unsteady, and neither of them moved to fix it for a long, warm moment more. Chapter 7. Word of the network behind the border ambush finally surfaced 3 weeks later, carried in by a chain of intelligence reports that painted an increasingly troubling picture. The buyer funding the rogue cell was not, as first suspected, a rival village looking to destabilize the trade roads, but something stranger and more specific, a faction operating under a banner nobody in the village had encountered before, marked by a symbol that made Kushina go pale the first time Naruto sketched it out from memory of the missing nin's gear. "That's not a symbol from around here," she said, staring at the rough drawing. "That's old. Yuzushio old. I haven't seen that mark since I was small enough that half my memories of it are probably wrong." "You know what it means?" "I know what it meant, once. A splinter faction. Uzumaki loyalists who thought the clan's destruction should be answered in kind rather than mourned and moved past." Her jaw tightened. "I thought they died out generations ago." "Guess I was wrong." The Hokage's office moved quickly once the report was confirmed, assembling a small task force to track the faction's movements before they could strike again, and Naruto found himself, for the first time since arriving in this world, standing in a mission briefing as something closer to a trusted asset than a monitored variable. It should have felt like vindication. Instead it felt like the ground shifting under him again, the past he tried to leave behind reaching forward through an old wound he hadn't known this world carried too. "You've gone quiet," Kushina observed, walking beside him back toward the house after the briefing broke. "That's not like you. Just thinking about how some things follow you no matter how far you run." He glanced at her, at the tension still visible in the set of her shoulders. "You okay? That symbol clearly means something to you." "My clan's dead in every world I've ever heard of," she said, quiet and controlled in the way that told him the control was costing her something. Finding out someone's still fighting a war in their name, using their symbol to justify hurting people who never had anything to do with it. That's not honoring anybody. That's just grief with a weapon in its hand. "We'll stop them," Naruto said, and meant it with a certainty that surprised even him. "Whatever they're planning. We'll stop it before it gets worse." Kushina looked at him for a long moment, something soft and searching in her expression that had nothing to do with missions or symbols or old grief given new teeth. "We," she repeated. "You've started saying that a lot. Like it's just true now. Like you're not a visitor anymore." "Maybe I'm not," Naruto said, and found, somewhat to his own surprise, that he believed it. She didn't answer with words. She reached over instead and took his hand the way he'd taken hers weeks before, fingers lacing through his with the same careful deliberateness, and they walked the rest of the way home like that, hand in hand under a sky just beginning to purple toward evening, both of them quietly aware that whatever waited for them in the coming weeks, they intended to face it from the same side of the line. Dinner that night was simple, and quiet, and warmer than any meal Naruto could remember sharing with anyone in longer than he wanted to admit, and when Kushina fell asleep afterward against his shoulder on the porch, worn thin from a day of hard news and harder memories, he sat very still and let her rest there, watching the stars come out over a village that had somehow, against every reasonable expectation, become something worth protecting on its own terms rather than as a shadow of the one he'd lost. Chapter 8. The task force's first real lead came from an unexpected source, a captured member of the rogue cell who traded information for leniency and gave up a location deep in the border hills where the faction was rumored to be gathering strength ahead of some larger move nobody had yet named. The Hokage authorized a reconnaissance mission, small and quiet, and against Kushina's initial objection insisted that Naruto be included, citing the same reasoning he'd used a month before. A variable capable of unsettling trained sensors was worth having on hand for whatever waited in those hills. I don't like it, Kushina said, checking her gear with more force than the task strictly required. We don't know what we're walking into. We never do, Naruto pointed out, not unkindly. That's kind of the job. Doesn't mean I have to like it when it's you walking into the unknown part. He caught her hand before she could turn away, stilling the restless energy in her movements, and waited until she met his eyes properly. Hey! I've survived worse than this. A lot worse. That's not exactly reassuring, she said, but some of the tension eased from her shoulders regardless, and when he pulled her into a brief, steady embrace, she let herself lean into it for a long moment before stepping back and squaring her shoulders with the particular briskness of a woman refusing to let fear slow her down. Just come back in one piece, she said. That's the whole ask. Yeah, Naruto said softly. I plan to. They departed at dawn with the rest of the task force, for shinobi moving quiet and fast through terrain that grew steadily rougher as the border hills rose around them, pine giving way to jagged outcroppings of pale stone that reminded Naruto uncomfortably of descriptions he'd once heard of Uzushio's ruined coastline. The captured cell members' information proved accurate enough to be useful and vague enough to be dangerous, leading them to a valley tucked between two ridgelines where the faint but unmistakable hum of a sealed compound registered against Naruto's borrowed sensing the moment they crested the final rise. There, he murmured, low enough to carry only to the shinobi nearest him. Big. Whatever they've got in there, they're not hiding a handful of missing nin. That's a compound. Kushina's expression hardened into the focused calm of a jonin assessing a genuine threat rather than a routine patrol. Then we don't engage. Not with four of us against whatever's behind those walls. We confirm, we withdraw, we report. It was the sensible order, the correct order, and Naruto found himself agreeing with it even as some old, battle-worn instinct at the back of his mind flagged the compound below as something that would not simply wait patiently to be dealt with on the village's timeline. They spent the better part of the afternoon in careful observation, cataloging what movement they could see, the number of visible guards, the layout of the walls, until the light began to fail and Kushina signaled the withdrawal. They made it 3 ridgelines back toward the border before the ambush hit, fast and coordinated in a way that told Naruto immediately their reconnaissance had not been as quiet as they'd hoped. Kunai rained from the tree line above, and one of their own, a younger jonin named Rin whose face bore no resemblance to anyone Naruto had ever known and whose courage he'd come to respect deeply over the past weeks regardless, went down hard with a blade in her shoulder before anyone could react. Cover formation! Kushina barked, and the remaining 3 fell into it on instinct, Naruto anchoring one flank as chakra flared bright and dangerous around him, the borrowed strength of a fox that had survived far worse than a hillside ambush rising to answer the call without hesitation. The fight that followed was fast, brutal, and closer than anyone would have liked, the faction shinobi fighting with the particular ferocity of people who believed their cause justified any cost, and it was only when Naruto caught sight of the mark on their lead attacker's forearm, the same old Uzumaki loyalist symbol Kushina had gone pale over weeks before, now stitched into flesh rather than sketched from memory, that he understood with sudden, sinking clarity exactly how personal this fight was about to become for the woman fighting at his side. Kushina, behind you! He shouted, already moving, already too far away to close the gap in time, watching in the 6 slow motion of real danger as a second attacker broke from cover directly into her blind spot with a blade raised and murder plain on their face. The chapter of this particular fight was far from over, but the sun was going down fast over the ridgeline, and whatever happened in the next handful of seconds would decide a great deal more than just who walked away from this valley alive. Chapter 9. Naruto closed the gap the only way he could, chakra blazing hot and gold around him as he threw himself bodily into the attacker's path a half-second before the blade would have found Kushina's exposed side. Steel met a reinforced forearm instead of flesh, the impact jarring up through his bones, and he used the attacker's own momentum to twist them off balance, and into a throw that sent them crashing hard into the rocks. Behind you doesn't mean throw yourself in front of it. Kushina snapped, already spinning to cover the opening his intervention had left, but there was no real anger in it, only the sharp edge of fear translated into fury the way it always was for people who cared too much to say so plainly in the middle of a fight. Would you rather I let it hit you? Naruto shot back, deflecting a second strike with a kunai pulled on instinct. I'd rather neither of us get stabbed today, that's the actual preference, if it's all the same to you. The fight had the ugly, scrambling shape of every real battle Naruto had ever survived, nothing clean about it, no room for the kind of showmanship he might have allowed himself in a less desperate moment. Rin fought on with the blade still lodged in her shoulder, favoring one arm and cursing steadily under her breath, and the fourth member of their team, a quiet Abirame named Shiro, unleashed a cloud of Kikaichi that scattered two of the attackers into retreat before they could regroup. It was the mark-bearer who proved the real danger, a wiry man with cold, patient eyes who fought like someone who had trained specifically to counter shinobi exactly like the four of them, reading Kushina's chakra flares half a step ahead of her strikes and forcing Naruto into a defensive scramble every time he tried to close the distance. You, the man said, breathing hard, eyes narrowing on Naruto with sudden, unsettling focus. Your chakra. That's not right. That's not a signature that belongs to this world. Naruto's blood went cold. What did you say? We've been tracking a disturbance for weeks. A ripple in the old bloodline seals nobody's felt since before the clan fell. The man's mouth curled into something that wasn't quite a smile. Didn't expect to find it walking around wearing a face like that. The old texts warned of travelers between worlds, you know. Said they'd come carrying pieces of a whirlpool that never should have crossed the boundary in the first place. What is he talking about? Kushina demanded, chakra flaring dangerously around her, but the man was already retreating, melting backward into the tree line with the practiced ease of someone who had never intended to win this particular engagement, only to gather information and vanish before the cost came due. Factions pulling out. Shiro called, Kikaichi swarming back toward him in a dark cloud. They're not pressing the advantage. Let them go, Kushina ordered, tight and controlled, already moving to Rin's side to assess the wound properly. We're not chasing wounded pride into unknown terrain at dusk. Naruto, help me get this blade out clean. We need to move before they regroup and decide 4 against 4 sounds better than 4 against 3 walking wounded. Naruto knelt to help, hands steady despite the cold dread still coiling in his chest at the mark-bearer's words, at the casual, certain way the man had spoken of travelers between worlds and old bloodline seals and a whirlpool that never should have crossed the boundary, as though Naruto's presence here was not an accident at all but something the faction had been watching for, waiting for, perhaps even working to cause. They extracted the blade, packed the wound, and made the retreat back toward the village border in grim, hurried silence, Rin leaning heavily on Shiro's shoulder and Kushina walking close enough to Naruto's side that their arms brushed with every stride, a silent, steadying presence that he was grateful for more than he had words to properly express. We need to talk, Kushina said quietly, once the worst of the adrenaline had burned off and the village lights finally came into view ahead of them in the deepening dark. About what, he said. About bloodline seals and whirlpools and travelers. And whether any of that has to do with you specifically or something bigger either of us understands yet. Yeah, Naruto agreed, throat tight. We do. Not tonight, though. She glanced sideways at him, something fierce and protective still simmering beneath the exhaustion in her eyes. Tonight we get Rin to the hospital, we file the report, and then you and I are going to sit down somewhere quiet and figure out exactly how much trouble that jutsu of yours actually landed us in. Chapter 10. The hospital handled Rin's wound with brisk efficiency, the medic Nin on duty pronouncing the injury clean and the recovery straightforward barring infection, and by the time the task force's debrief wrapped in the Hokage's office it was well past midnight, the old man's face drawn with the particular tiredness of someone absorbing bad news on top of an already long day. A faction with knowledge of bloodline seals tied to Yuzushiogakure, actively hunting a chakra signature they believe originated outside this world. Tereo rubbed at his temple, the scar along his jaw pulling taut with emotion. I confess, when I authorized your presence here as a controlled variable, I did not anticipate the variable itself becoming the target of a hostile faction's long-term interest. Neither did I, Naruto admitted. The question now is whether their interest predates your arrival or was caused by it, the Hokage continued. If they were already watching for a traveler between worlds, that implies knowledge, perhaps very old knowledge, of exactly the kind of event that brought you here. If your arrival triggered their interest directly, that implies something in the seal or jutsu you used left a mark on this world's fabric that they were able to detect and trace. Either way, Kushina said, arms crossed, jaw tight, it means he's not safe wandering this village unescorted anymore, and it means this faction isn't the fringe nuisance we assumed a month ago. They've got resources. They've got old knowledge. And now they've got a very specific reason to come looking for one particular person. I won't be a liability, Naruto said, sitting up straighter. Whatever this is, whatever they think I represent, I can handle myself. Nobody's questioning whether you can fight, Kushina said, softer now, some of the sharp edge draining out of her voice as she looked at him properly. I'm questioning whether you should have to fight alone every single time something from your old life, or this new mess decides to come knocking. You don't have to carry everything by yourself just because you're used to it. The Hokage watched the exchange with an expression that suggested he'd already drawn several conclusions about the nature of their partnership that neither of them had explicitly stated out loud, but he had the tact, or perhaps simply the exhaustion, not to comment on it directly. For now, Tereo said instead, increased security around the house, a standing patrol rotation near the property, and I want the Yamanaka clan's most experienced censors working alongside our intelligence division to determine exactly what that mark-bearer meant by bloodline seals. If this faction believes Naruto carries something valuable enough to hunt across village lines, I intend to understand exactly what that something is before they find a way to take it. The meeting broke well past 1 in the morning, and Naruto walked home beside Kushina through streets gone quiet and dark, the adrenaline of the day finally bleeding out of him and leaving a bone-deep exhaustion in its wake that made every step feel heavier than the last. Hey, Kushina said, catching his hand as they reached the porch, stilling him before he could go inside. For what it's worth. Whatever they're after, whatever's coming. You're not facing it alone. I meant that back in the office, and I mean it now. I know, Naruto said, and found, looking at her in the porch light with her hair coming loose from its tie and worry still etched faint around her eyes, that he believed it completely, in a way that settled something old and frightened deep in his chest that had been braced for abandonment since the moment the world folded around him and left him alone in unfamiliar grass. Good, she said, and reached up to press a soft, lingering kiss to the corner of his mouth, careful and unhurried, the kind of gesture that asked nothing and promised everything all at once. Now get some sleep. Whatever that faction wants with you, it can wait until morning to keep being terrifying. He watched her disappear inside, the porch light catching one last flash of red hair before the door closed behind her, and stood alone for a long moment under a sky full of unfamiliar stars, turning over everything the mark-bearer had said, the old bloodline seals, the whirlpool that never should have crossed the boundary. The unsettling certainty in the man's voice that had suggested this was only the opening move of something far larger still waiting in the dark. Whatever was coming, he thought, following Kushina inside and easing the door shut behind him, he would not be facing it as a stranger dropped into an unfamiliar world anymore. He would be facing it as something closer to home than he'd let himself believe was possible, with people worth protecting standing beside him rather than only a memory of people he'd already lost. And if the faction hunting him wanted a fight over what that meant, he intended to make sure they understood exactly what they were about to be up against. The sun set fully over the village, and the quiet dark settled in, and somewhere out past the border hills, a mark-bearer with cold, patient eyes reported back to something far larger and far older than a single rogue cell, setting in motion pieces that neither Naruto nor Kushina would fully understand until it was very nearly too late. Chapter 11. The days that followed the ambush settled into a strange new rhythm, half normal life and half quiet siege footing, the extra patrols around the house becoming background noise Naruto barely registered after the first few nights, and the Yamanaka clan's sensors working in careful shifts through the Intelligence Division's archives for any mention of the old bloodline seals the mark-bearer had referenced. It was Kushina who found the first real thread, 3 days into the search, unrolling a brittle scroll across the kitchen table with the particular reverence of someone handling a piece of a history she never expected to touch directly. "This is old," she said, smoothing the parchment flat. "Older than the fall of Uzushio, near as the archivists can date it. A sealing theory, mostly theoretical, about anchoring a soul or a chakra signature across what the old scholars call the boundary between mirrored worlds. Most of it reads like myth. But there's a diagram here." She traced a finger along a spiral pattern that made something in Naruto's chest go cold with recognition. "That's not just decoration. That's a seal matrix. And it looks a lot like the kind of thing that could either open a door between worlds, or slam one shut permanently." "You think that's what the faction's after," Naruto said slowly. "A way to control it. Or use it." "I think," Kushina said, "that a splinter faction obsessed with Uzumaki grievance and old bloodline theory just found out a living, breathing example of exactly the phenomenon they've apparently been chasing for generations is currently living in my house. That's not a coincidence I'm comfortable with, and neither should you be." Naruto studied the diagram, tracing its edges with careful eyes, and found himself thinking not for the first time about the jutsu that had brought him here in the first place, about Minato's warning that it might tear more than space, about a fox curled uneasy and watchful in his gut who had gone quiet in the days since the ambush in a way that felt less like calm and more like careful, worried listening. "They're not wrong to be afraid of what you are, Kit," Kurama rumbled, low enough that only Naruto could hear it. "A boundary crossed once can sometimes be crossed again. By others. Through the same scar you tore getting here. Could they use this to send me back?" Naruto asked aloud, and watched something complicated flicker across Kushina's face at the question, hope and fear tangled together in a way that mirrored exactly what he felt himself. "Maybe," she said honestly. "Or they could use it to open something a lot more dangerous than a one-way trip home. Old theoretical sealing work handled by people who see it as a weapon instead of a mystery to be respected. That's the kind of thing that gets villages destroyed, Naruto. I don't say that lightly." He set the scroll down carefully, aware suddenly of how much weight had settled into the room in the space of a single conversation, the abstract question of where he belonged transformed without warning into a concrete, dangerous puzzle that an entire faction seemed willing to burn things down chasing an answer to. "Whatever they're planning," he said finally, "we stop it before it gets that far." Together. Kushina reached across the table and covered his hand with hers, steady and warm, the same gesture she'd offered him back in that first careful week when trust had still been a thing being built rather than a thing already standing solid between them. "Together," she agreed. "For what it's worth. Whatever door you came through to get here. I'm glad it opened where it did." A faint, crooked smile. "Selfishly glad, if I'm being honest. Which apparently I've decided to be, with you, more often than I used to be with anybody." "Yeah," Naruto said, throat tight with something warm and aching all at once. "Me too." They spent the rest of that evening poring over the scroll together, cataloging what they could understand of the old theory and flagging what remained frustratingly obscure, and it was well past dark by the time Kushina finally rolled the parchment closed and declared the search finished for the night, exhaustion evident in the set of her shoulders even as something steady and unshaken remained in her eyes. "There's a village council session in 3 days," she said, stretching until her spine popped. "Tereo wants a formal briefing on the faction's capabilities, given what happened in the hills. I have a feeling that's going to be the moment everything about your situation stops being a quiet arrangement between me and the Hokage's office and starts being something the whole village council has an opinion about." "That sounds like it could go badly." "It could go a lot of ways," Kushina admitted. "Some council members are going to see a variable that nearly got a fellow shinobi killed and argue for tighter restrictions, maybe even confinement, until the faction's threat is fully understood. Others are going to see a shinobi who fought well and covered a teammate's blind spot without hesitation and argue you've more than earned the trust you've been given so far." She met his eyes, steady despite the tiredness in her own. "Whichever way it goes, I'll be in that room fighting for you. I want you to know that going in, whatever happens. Naruto reached for her hand again, lacing their fingers together the way he had that first evening in the kitchen weeks ago, and felt the same warm, careful certainty settle over him now that had settled then, the quiet conviction that whatever waited for him in that council chamber in 3 days, whatever the faction in the hills was truly planning, whatever ancient theory that brittle scroll held the key to, he would not be facing any of it as the stranger who had fallen out of an unfamiliar sky anymore. He would be facing it as a man who had somehow, against every reasonable expectation the universe had ever given him, found something worth building a second life around, and he intended to protect it with everything he had left to give, right up until the moment the council chamber doors opened 3 days later on a debate that would decide far more than anyone in that room yet realized. Chapter 12. The 3 days before the council session passed faster than Naruto would have liked, each one crowded with preparation, with careful rehearsal of what he would and wouldn't say if pressed, with Kushina running him through the personalities of the council members she expected to give him the hardest time and the ones she believed could be won over with a straightforward account of the Border Hills fight. Don't oversell it, she warned him the night before, pacing the length of the kitchen with the restless energy of someone who cared more than she wanted to admit. And don't undersell it either. Just tell them what happened. What you did for Rin. What that mark-bearer said. Let the truth carry its own weight. You've said that about 6 times now, Naruto pointed out, not unkindly. I'll say it a 7th if it helps. She stopped pacing and looked at him properly, some of the brisk energy draining out of her expression into something softer, more honest. I just don't want to lose this. Whatever this is, whatever we've built these past weeks. I don't want a room full of council members deciding they know better than either of us what you deserve. Hey! He crossed the kitchen and took her hands in his, steady and sure. Whatever they decide in there, it doesn't undo what's already true. You said it yourself? This isn't one-sided. That doesn't change based on a council vote. Something in her shoulders eased at that, the tension bleeding out slowly as she leaned into him, forehead resting briefly against his chest. When did you get so good at saying the right thing? Lots of practice being bad at it first, he admitted, and felt her huff a quiet laugh against him, warm and real. They stood like that a long moment, the kitchen quiet around them, the scroll with its old sealing theory rolled and set carefully aside on the counter where it had waited for 3 days, a reminder either of them needed spoken aloud that whatever the council decided tomorrow, the larger question of the faction and its ancient ambitions would still be waiting regardless, patient and unresolved. Gathering strength somewhere out past the border hills, morning came too quickly. Naruto dressed in the borrowed clothes Kushina had first tossed onto his bed weeks ago, worn soft now with use, fitting him properly for the first time since he'd arrived in a world that had slowly, carefully, stopped feeling quite so unfamiliar. Kushina met him at the door in her full jonin gear, Saban tucked away for once in favor of a more formal bearing, and reached out to straighten his collar with brisk, unnecessary efficiency before catching herself and simply resting her hand there a moment instead, over his heart, the same gesture she'd offered the night the blade nearly found her. Ready? She asked. As I'll ever be, Naruto said, and together they stepped out into a morning bright and clear over a village that had, against every reasonable expectation, become something worth fighting to stay in, walking side by side toward a council chamber where the next chapter of everything they built together was about to be decided, one way or another, in front of people who had no idea yet just how much was truly at stake. Act 2. The Anchor's Choice. Chapter 1. The council chamber was smaller than Naruto expected, a circular room lined with old wood paneling and the accumulated weight of 100 years of village decisions, and it was full nearly to capacity by the time he and Kushina took their seats near the center of the floor. Tereo Sarutobi sat at the head of the room flanked by 2 elders whose faces Naruto didn't recognize and one who was close enough to a face he did that his chest ached at the sight of it, a woman with sharp eyes and silver hair who bore an unmistakable resemblance to a version of Koharu Yuditane he'd known only from old photographs and Kakashi's rare, reluctant stories. This council is convened, Tereo said, to determine the ongoing status of the individual known as Naruto, currently residing under the sponsorship of Jonin Kushina Uzumaki, in light of recent hostile action by a faction demonstrating specific and troubling interest in his origin. The debate that followed was exactly as contentious as Kushina had predicted, one elder arguing forcefully that a variable capable of drawing an organized faction's attention across village borders represented an unacceptable risk regardless of the individual's personal conduct, another countering that the same variable had covered a teammate's blind spot at cost to himself and had, by every account gathered so far, acted with nothing but good faith since his arrival. Naruto sat through most of it in silence, hands folded tightly in his lap, aware of Kushina's steady presence beside him, and the way her jaw tightened every time the first elder's voice rose in pitch. "May I speak?" Naruto asked finally, when a pause opened in the argument long enough to make the request survive. Tereo inclined his head. "The floor is yours." Naruto stood, feeling the weight of every eye in the room settle on him at once, and found, somewhat to his own surprise, that the nerves didn't undo him the way he'd half expected. He'd stood in front of harder rooms than this one, once, in a light this village knew nothing about. "I didn't ask to come here," he said. "I didn't ask for a faction to decide I was worth chasing across a border for reasons I still don't fully understand myself. But I'm not asking you to trust me because I deserve it automatically. I'm asking you to judge me by what I've actually done since I got here. I fought beside your shinobi. I bled for people who owed me nothing. And if that faction comes back, I intend to keep doing exactly that, whether this council grants me a formal place in this village or not, because the people I've come to care about here are worth protecting regardless of what title I'm given." The silence that followed held for a long moment, and it was the silver-haired elder who broke it, studying Naruto with an expression that gave away very little. "A pretty speech. Speeches are easy. What guarantee does this council have that your loyalty won't waver the moment a path home presents itself?" "None," Naruto admitted honestly. "I won't lie to you and pretend I don't think about it. But wanting to go home and wanting to protect the people in front of me right now aren't the same thing, and they don't have to cancel each other out. I can want both. I can fight for both." Kushina's hand found his under the table, brief and fierce, and he took strength from it without looking down. The council deliberated for the better part of an hour while Naruto and Kushina waited in an antechamber, saying little, her thumb tracing slow, absent circles against the back of his hand the entire time. When they were finally called back in, Tereo's expression had settled into something Naruto couldn't quite read, weary but not unkind. "This council grants Naruto provisional shinobi status," the Hokage announced, "contingent on continued cooperation with the Intelligence Division regarding the Seal Matrix and the faction's interest in it, and continued sponsorship under Jonin Uzumaki's household. This status will be reviewed in 3 months' time, or sooner, should circumstances warrant." A pause, and something almost gentle crept into his tone. "For what it's worth. I have read the accounts of the border engagement closely. I believe this village is fortunate to have you fighting for it, whatever brought you here in the first place." Naruto let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding, and beside him Kushina's hand tightened around his, relief bleeding visibly out of the tension she'd carried into the room 3 hours before. Chapter 2. They celebrated, in the end, with nothing grander than ramen from the stand Naruto had adopted as a private ritual weeks before, sitting elbow to elbow at the counter while the owners slid extra portions their way without being asked, the small kindness of a man who'd clearly noticed the particular quality of relief written across both their faces. "Provisional," Kushina said, poking at her noodles with a satisfied sort of exhaustion. 3 months. I can work with 3 months. You say that like you're planning something. I'm always planning something. She bumped his shoulder with hers, warm and easy in a way that had become as natural as breathing over the past weeks. Mostly I'm planning on making sure those 3 months go so well the council doesn't have a single reasonable excuse left to reconsider. That an official Jonin strategy, or just you being stubborn. With me, it's rarely a meaningful distinction. She said it lightly, but something more serious flickered underneath, and she set her chopsticks down and turned to face him properly, the noise of the ramen stand fading into background hum around them. "I meant what I said in that council chamber. About wanting to be the reason this goes well for you. I've spent a lot of years telling myself I didn't need anything soft in my life, That a shinobi's work didn't leave room for it, and somewhere in the last 2 months you went and proved me wrong without even trying very hard. I was trying a little, Naruto admitted, and got a laugh for his honesty, bright and real. Well, consider the effort noted and appreciated. She reached over and laced her fingers through his on the counter, unbothered by the ramen stand's other patrons, or the owner's poorly concealed grin at the gesture. Whatever this becomes, Naruto, I want you to know I'm not treating it lightly. Not the provisional status, and not you. He turned his hand to properly hold hers, thumb brushing over her knuckles, and felt the same warm ache settle into his chest that had been building steadily since the night she'd first admitted the feeling wasn't one-sided. Neither am I. I promise you that. They walked home slow that night, taking the long way past the river rather than the direct route, content to let the evening stretch a little longer than strictly necessary. And when they reached the porch, Kushina didn't go inside right away, instead pulling him down gently by the front of his jacket for a kiss that lingered longer and steadier than any of the careful, tentative ones that had come before it. Unhurried and certain in a way that told him plainly this was no longer new or uncertain ground for either of them. 3 months, she murmured against his mouth when they finally broke apart, foreheads resting together in the porch light. Let's make them count. Chapter 3. The weeks that followed settled into the fullest rhythm of ordinary life Naruto had known since the world folded and dropped him somewhere unfamiliar. He was assigned formally to a small research and field team working alongside the intelligence division, tasked with cataloging what remained of the old sealing theory scroll and cross-referencing it against fragments of Uzushio history salvaged from archives scattered across allied villages, work that was slow and painstaking but carried its own satisfaction in the steady accumulation of understanding. Kushina remained his most frequent field partner, their missions growing steadily more complex as trust in his abilities solidified across the Jonin Corps, and the household they shared settled into a domesticity that still occasionally struck Naruto as too good to be entirely real. Mornings spent bickering good-naturedly over who'd used the last of the miso, evenings spent trading stories about the day over meals that had become, without either of them explicitly deciding it, a fixed and cherished ritual. You're humming, Kushina observed one evening, stirring a pot while Naruto set the table behind her. You do that when you're happy. Took me a while to place it. Didn't realize I hummed. You do. Badly, if we're being honest, but I've decided to find it endearing rather than say anything. She glanced back at him over her shoulder, a teasing warmth in her eyes that had become as familiar to him now as her Saban habit or her stubborn refusal to admit defeat in an argument. It's a good sound on you. The happy. He crossed the kitchen and pressed a kiss to her temple, lingering a moment longer than the gesture strictly required. Good company helps. Smooth talker. Learn from the best. The research work bore its first meaningful fruit near the end of the second month, a fragment of a companion text recovered from a private collection 2 villages over that expanded significantly on the seal matrix's theoretical function, describing not merely a means of crossing the boundary between mirrored worlds, but a ritual capable of anchoring that crossing permanently, tethering a traveler's origin world to the one they'd landed in through a sustained chakra bridge that, the fragment, warned in old, careful script, had never once in recorded history been attempted without catastrophic cost to both sides of the tether. That's what they want, Naruto said, staring at the translated passage laid out across the research team's table. Not a way to send me home. A way to force the 2 worlds together, permanently, using whatever anchor my presence here already represents. The lead researcher, a quiet, precise woman named Ayam who bore no resemblance to the ramen stand's daughter Naruto remembered fondly from another life, nodded grimly. The fragment suggests the ritual would require an enormous chakra sacrifice, likely more than any single practitioner could survive contributing alone. Which raises an uncomfortable question about exactly how large this faction actually is, and how many of their own people they're prepared to spend chasing an outcome that, by every historical account we've found, ends in catastrophic failure far more often than success. Or, Kushina said quietly, arriving in the doorway in time to catch the tail end of the explanation, expression tight with a dawning realization Naruto could see her working through in real time, they're not planning on spending their own people at all. Every eye in the room turned to her. What do you mean? I mean the sacrifice they need is an enormous chakra contribution, Kushina said, crossing to stand beside Naruto, her hand finding his shoulder in a grip that had gone protective and tense. And the only chakra signature in this entire village strong enough, strange enough, tied closely enough to the exact phenomenon they're chasing, to make that ritual remotely survivable for them to attempt at all, is sitting right here at this table. The room went very quiet, and Naruto felt the weight of the realization settle over him slow and cold, understanding at last, fully, precisely why a faction obsessed with old grievance and older theory had been willing to burn resources hunting a single traveler between worlds across an entire border region. He wasn't just a curiosity to them. He was the anchor. The key. The one piece their entire ritual couldn't function without. Chapter 4. The attempted theft came 4 nights later, quiet and nearly successful, a pair of infiltrators slipping into the archive building under cover of a routine equipment delivery and nearly making off with the translated fragment and the original scroll both before a night patrol's chance sweep caught the tail end of their retreat. Naruto woke to the sound of the village's emergency signal flares lighting the sky red over the rooftops, Kushina already half-dressed and moving before the second flare finished its arc, and they reached the archive district at a dead sprint alongside a dozen other shinobi answering the same alarm. The infiltrators were fast, professional, clearly drawn from the same disciplined faction that had ambushed the border patrol months before, and the fight that erupted in the archive district's narrow alleys was fast and close and far more dangerous than the numbers alone suggested, the intruders fighting with the specific, focused desperation of people who understood exactly what failure here would cost their larger plan. "They've got the scroll!" someone shouted, and Naruto caught sight of it then, a flash of aged parchment clutched against one infiltrator's chest as the woman broke from the alley fight and bolted for the district's outer wall, moving with a speed that suggested she'd trained specifically for exactly this kind of desperate extraction run. He went after her without a second thought, chakra flaring hot and gold as he closed the gap between them faster than her own considerable speed could manage, and the two of them crashed through a market stall's awning in a tangle of fabric and splintered wood before he finally pinned her against the alley wall, the scroll still clutched in her white-knuckled grip. "You don't understand what you're protecting," she spat, struggling uselessly against a hold he had no intention of loosening. "That ritual is the only justice our clan's fall has ever been owed. You deny us that because a handful of strangers decided to be kind to you? Burning down a village that had nothing to do with what happened to your clan isn't justice," Naruto said, wrenching the scroll free and tossing it clear as Kushina arrived at a dead run to help secure the prisoner properly. "It's just more grief, dressed up to look like something noble." "Easy for the anchor to say," the woman hissed, even as Kushina bound her wrists with practiced efficiency. "You'll understand differently once you learn exactly how much of you the ritual actually requires. There won't be a version of you left standing on either side of that boundary once it's done. Just a bridge. That's all you'll be. A bridge built out of everything you are, so the rest of us can finally walk somewhere the world owes us." The words settled cold and heavy in Naruto's chest, and beside him he felt Kushina go rigid, her grip on the prisoner's bound wrists tightening fractionally before she forced herself back into professional composure, hauling the woman up and toward the waiting escort with a controlled roughness that spoke louder than any words could have about exactly how the threat had landed with her. They didn't speak of it again until well after the prisoner had been handed off and the archive district secured, walking home in the small hours with the scrolls safely returned to the vault, and the immediate crisis, at least, averted. "A bridge," Kushina said finally, breaking the silence outside their own front door, voice tight and careful in a way that told Naruto exactly how much effort the control was costing her. "Built out of everything you are." "That's what she said?" "Yeah, that's not happening." She turned to face him fully, something fierce and unyielding settling into her expression, the same look he'd seen the day she'd thrown herself into an ambush without hesitation to cover a teammate's blind spot. "Whatever that faction thinks they're owed, whatever ritual they think justifies spending you like currency to get it, I am not standing by and letting that happen. Do you understand me?" "I hear you," Naruto said softly, reaching for her hands and finding them cold despite the warm night air. "I'm not planning on becoming anybody's bridge, Kushina. I promise you that." "Good," she said, voice cracking just slightly at the edges before she caught it, and steadied herself through sheer force of will. Because I only just found out what it feels like to build something worth keeping. I'm not interested in learning what it feels like to lose it. Chapter 5. The captured infiltrator gave up little under formal questioning, trained thoroughly enough to resist the Yamanaka clan's more invasive techniques without triggering the kind of psychological collapse that would have made further extraction possible. But the scraps she did surrender, willingly or not, painted an increasingly clear picture of a faction operating under a single figure known only by the old title of Kajiro. A name that meant, in the oldest dialect of the fallen clan's tongue, something close to heat shimmer, or perhaps more precisely, a mirage that could not be caught no matter how directly one reached for it. Poetic, Kushina said darkly, reading the interrogation transcript over Naruto's shoulder in the Intelligence Division's cramped back office. And exactly the kind of name someone gives themselves when they want to seem more myth than person. Makes them harder to track. Harder to plan against. You think it's a title. Not a real name. I think whoever's running this faction has spent a long time building themselves into a legend specifically so nobody could put a face to the threat, Kushina said. Which tells me they're patient. Organized. And a lot more dangerous than a handful of desperate infiltrators willing to die for old grievance would suggest on their own. The weeks that followed carried the particular tension of a village bracing for a second strike that refused to come. Patrols doubled around the archive district. The research team's work accelerated under new urgency, and through it all Naruto and Kushina's shared life continued its steady, determined march forward regardless, as though refusing to let the looming threat steal what they'd built together felt, to both of them, like its own small act of defiance. It was on a quiet evening near the end of the third month, the provisional status review looming close on the calendar, that Naruto found himself sitting across from Kushina at the kitchen table long after the dishes had been cleared, turning over something he'd been carrying carefully in his chest for weeks without finding quite the right moment to set it down. "Can I tell you something?" he asked. "And you're not allowed to make it weird. Since apparently that's your rule now too." Kushina raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering despite the tiredness of a long week etched faint around her eyes. "Turnabout's fair. Go ahead. Back home. In the life before this one." He chose his words carefully, aware of how much weight they carried even stripped of specifics. "I lost almost everyone who mattered to me. Not all at once. Piece by piece, over years, until the losing started to feel less like grief and more like the natural order of things. Like I wasn't allowed to keep anybody for long, so I stopped letting myself really believe I could, even when I was standing right next to the people I loved most." "Naruto." "Let me finish," he said gently, and she quieted, watching him with an intensity that made the words easier and harder in equal measure. "I came here expecting to keep doing that. Keep my head down, survive whatever this world threw at me, and eventually find a way home or find a way to disappear quietly into a life that never really let itself belong anywhere. And instead I found you. And somewhere in the last 3 months I stopped bracing for the moment I'd lose this too, and started actually letting myself believe I might get to keep it." He reached across the table and took her hand. "I don't know what Kajiro's planning or how bad this is going to get before it's over. But whatever happens, I wanted you to know that. That you're the reason I stopped waiting to lose things." Kushina's eyes had gone bright and unsteady by the time he finished, and she came around the table without a word, pulling him up and into her arms with a fierceness that spoke louder than any answer she could have given. "I love you," she said, muffled against his shoulder, the words simple and unadorned and all the more powerful for it. "I don't know when exactly it happened. Somewhere between the garden and the ramen stand and the porch and every stupid, ordinary evening in between. But I do. Completely. I love you too," Naruto said, voice rough, holding her like the world might try to fold itself around him again, and steal this too if he loosened his grip even slightly. "Whatever's coming. We face it together. That's not negotiable." "Wouldn't have it any other way," Kushina murmured, and they stood together in the quiet kitchen for a long time after, the looming threat of Kajiro and the ritual and everything still unresolved held, for one warm and fragile evening, at a careful distance outside the walls of the life they'd built. Chapter 6. The provisional review, when it finally came, passed with a swiftness that surprised everyone in the chamber. The silver-haired elder who had pressed hardest against Naruto's status 3 months before, offering only a curt nod of grudging acknowledgement before voting, alongside the rest of the council, to extend his shinobi standing indefinitely, contingent only on the ongoing resolution of the Kajiro threat. Progress, Tereo observed afterward, however slow, tends to speak for itself eventually. The relief of the vote was short-lived, however, because it was barely a week later that the Intelligence Division's slow, painstaking work finally bore its most alarming fruit yet, tracing a pattern of resource movement and old world chakra signatures back to a set of ruins deep in a contested stretch of borderland that matched, with unsettling precision, the last known coordinates of Uzushiogakyo's outer sealing grounds. Abandoned and half-sunk since the clan's fall generations before. That's where they're planning to attempt it, Kushina said, staring at the map spread across the mission briefing table, her jaw set tight. The ruins still carry residual chakra from the old sealing infrastructure. If Kajiro's faction has been gathering strength there, it means they believe they're close to ready. Which means we move before they are, Naruto said. The Hokage authorized a full strike team within the day, the largest coordinated operation the village had mounted in years. Kushina and Naruto among the dozen shinobi selected to lead the assault on intelligence that Kajiro's faction had established a fortified presence within the ruins themselves, converting the old sealing grounds into a staging area for whatever final ritual attempt they were building toward. The night before departure, Kushina found Naruto on the porch, staring out at a sky thick with stars that had, over the past 3 months, stopped feeling quite so unfamiliar. Scared? She asked, settling beside him. A little, he admitted. Not for me. For what happens if we're too late? For what happens to you if I'm not fast enough to stop whatever they're planning to use me for? Then we make sure we're fast enough, Kushina said simply, taking his hand. Together. Same as everything else has been since the day I found you bleeding in that forest. She turned to look at him properly, something steady and certain settling over her features despite the uncertainty of what waited ahead. Whatever happens out there tomorrow, I want you to know, if the timing never gets better than tonight, that I meant every word I said in that kitchen. I'm not going anywhere. Not for Kajiro, not for old grievance, not for anything. I know, Naruto said softly, pulling her close against his side, chin resting against her hair as the stars wheeled slow and distant overhead. Neither am I. They sat together long into the night, saying little more, content simply to hold the quiet between them for as long as it would last, both of them carrying, unspoken, the shared understanding that whatever waited in the ruins at the edge of the borderland, it would decide far more than a single mission's success or failure. It would decide whether the life they had built together, piece by careful piece across 3 uncertain months, would get the chance to keep growing at all. Chapter 7. The ruins of Uzushiogakyo's outer sealing grounds rose out of the borderland mist like the bones of something that had once been beautiful and had been left too long to the weather. Broken spiral columns and half-sunk foundations scattered across a wide, marshy basin that still, faintly, carried the old hum of chakra infrastructure gone dormant, but not entirely dead. The strike team moved in under cover of pre-dawn dark, splitting into 3 coordinated units per the Hokage's briefing, Naruto and Kushina anchoring the central push toward what intelligence suggested was the ritual site itself, a half-collapsed chamber at the basin's heart where the old sealing infrastructure's residual chakra pooled thickest. Kajiro's faction had not been idle in the months since the archive theft attempt. The compound's defenses had grown considerably, patrol rotations tighter, ward seals layered thick around the outer perimeter in patterns that made Naruto's borrowed sensing itch uncomfortably every time they passed too close, and the fighting when it broke out was immediate and brutal, none of the careful restraint of the border skirmish months before. Both sides understanding plainly that this engagement would settle the matter one way or another. They knew we were coming, Kushina snarled, parrying a strike from a masked faction shinobi with practiced ease before driving the man back with a follow-up that ended the exchange decisively. This isn't a skeleton crew caught by surprise. This is a prepared defense. Then Kajiro's here, Naruto said, ducking a thrown kunai and answering with a burst of chakra that scattered the small squad pressing their flank. Personally. Has to be. Nobody builds a defense this tight around anything less than the thing they can't afford to lose. They push deeper into the ruins together, the rest of their unit fighting a fierce holding action behind them to keep the path clear, until the marsh mist finally thinned enough to reveal the ritual chamber itself, a wide, sunken amphitheater ringed with ancient spiral carvings that pulsed, faint and sickly, with chakra that felt wrong in exactly the way the world itself had felt wrong the first day Naruto woke in it. A figure waited at the chamber's center, cloaked and still, and when they spoke their voice carried the particular quiet confidence of someone who had planned every possible outcome of this confrontation long before it arrived. The anchor, the figure said, and Naruto understood, with a cold certainty that settled deep in his chest, that he was finally looking at Kajiro themselves. I confess I expected you sooner. Your kushina's protectiveness has proven more of an obstacle than I anticipated these past months. Don't say her name, Naruto said, low and dangerous, stepping forward with Kushina close at his side. Why not? She's rather central to how this ends, one way or another. Kajiro's hood tilted, something almost curious in the gesture. You've built quite a life here, in the little time you've had. A shame, truly, that none of it changes what you are underneath it. The ritual doesn't care how happy you've made yourself. It only cares what you're carrying. The ancient carvings around the chamber's edge flared brighter, chakra gathering thick and heavy in the mist, and Naruto felt Kurama stir low and wary in his gut, the fox's voice rumbling a single, urgent warning through the growing dread. They're not planning to wait for a fight, Kit. Look at the seals. They're already active. Whatever they intend, it's already begun. Chapter 8. The seals ignited fully a heartbeat later, columns of pale light lancing up from the spiral carvings around the amphitheater's rim, and Naruto felt the pull immediately, a wrenching sensation deep in his chakra network unlike anything he'd experienced since the night the world first folded around him, as though something vast and patient had reached in and begun, slowly, deliberately, to unwind a knot tied somewhere beneath his ribs. Fight it! Kushina shouted, already moving, cutting down the two faction shinobi who broke from cover to guard Kajiro's ritual with brutal efficiency. Naruto, whatever you're feeling, fight it! Struggling only feeds the draw, Kajiro said calmly, unmoved by the chaos erupting around the chamber's edge as the rest of the strike team finally caught up and engaged the remaining defenders in earnest. The old texts were quite clear on that point. The anchor's resistance simply accelerates the harvest. You would do better to accept what you are, traveler, and let this be quick. Naruto gritted his teeth against the pulling sensation, chakra straining hot and gold around him as he fought to hold his own coils steady against a pull that felt less like an external force and more like gravity itself deciding, suddenly, that the natural order of things required him to come apart along the seams the crossing had first opened. Kit! Kurama's voice was strained, urgent in a way Naruto had rarely heard from the old fox. I can slow this. Not stop it. Slow it. You need to end this quickly, or my help won't matter. Kushina! Naruto called, and she was there instantly, closing the distance at a dead sprint even as a fresh wave of faction shinobi poured into the chamber to defend their leader's ritual. The seals, the columns of light, if we can disrupt the carvings feeding them. Then the whole ritual collapses, Kushina finished, already moving toward the nearest spiral column, chakra flaring bright around a kunai as she drove it into the ancient stonework with a strike honed by a lifetime of training. The carving cracked, the pillar of light flickering, and for one triumphant moment Naruto felt the pulling sensation ease fractionally, Kurama's low growl of satisfaction rumbling through his gut. Kajiro's calm finally cracked. You would not dare. Watch me, Kushina snarled, already moving toward the second column, and Naruto forced his own strained chakra into motion, fighting the pull with every step to reach the third pillar on the chamber's opposite side, the two of them working in perfect, practiced tandem even in the chaos. 3 months of shared missions distilled into an instinctive understanding of exactly where the other would be and what they would need without a word exchanged between them. The third and fourth columns fell in quick succession under their combined assault, the ritual's carefully balanced chakra flows destabilizing rapidly as more of the ancient carvings cracked and dimmed, and Kajiro, seeing the entire structure of their generation's long ambition beginning to unravel in the space of a few desperate minutes, finally abandoned the calm, patient composure they'd worn like armor since the confrontation began. Then I'll simply take what I need the old-fashioned way, Kajiro snarled, and lunged directly for Naruto with a speed that belied the stillness they'd maintained until now, a blade wreathed in the same sickly chakra as the failing seals arcing toward his chest in a strike meant to end the fight, and the ambitious ritual both, in a single desperate stroke. Chapter 9. Kushina moved faster. She crossed the space between them in a blur, throwing herself bodily into the blade's path with a speed that spoke of every hour of training she'd ever poured into a shinobi career built on outrunning worse threats than a single desperate zealot, and the strike that had been meant for Naruto's chest caught her across the side instead, deep and vicious, driving a cry of pain from her that Naruto would hear in his worst dreams for the rest of whatever life he had left to live. Kushina! The world narrowed to a single point of white-hot fury and terror as Naruto caught her before she could fall, Kajiro already retreating a step at the sight of what they'd wrought, some flicker of doubt finally crossing their hooded features at the cost their ambition had just extracted from someone who had nothing at all to do with their generation's old grievance. "Stay with me," Naruto said, hands already flaring with chakra, pressing desperately against the wound in an attempt to slow the bleeding, Kurama's presence surging forward in his mind with a focus and urgency the fox had not shown since the earliest, most desperate battles of Naruto's old life. "Kushina, stay with me, please." "Told you," she managed, voice thin but her eyes still fierce, still fixed on his face with a stubbornness that refused, even now, to yield to the pain plainly written across every line of her body. "Not letting them make you a bridge. Not while I'm still breathing." "I can help," Kurama rumbled, low and urgent. "Let me through, Kit." "Fully. I can seal the wound, buy her time, but it will cost the last of what I was saving to slow the ritual's pull on you. Your choice." "Her, or the ritual?" "Her," Naruto said instantly, without a fraction of hesitation, and felt Kurama's chakra surge through him in a warm, golden wave, pouring into Kushina's wound through his hands with a focused intensity that made the wound's ragged edges begin, slowly, to knit closed. Behind him, the ritual chamber's remaining seals flared one final time, the pull he'd been fighting for the past several minutes suddenly returning in full, unrestrained force now that Kurama's attention had turned fully toward healing rather than resistance, and Naruto felt himself begin, in earnest, to come apart at the seams the crossing had first opened, chakra fraying at the edges like a rope pulled taut past its limit. "No!" Kushina gasped, feeling the change in him even through her own pain, hand coming up weakly to grip his arm. "Naruto, no, don't you dare trade yourself for—" "Already made my choice," Naruto said, teeth gritted against a pain unlike anything he'd felt since the night the world first folded around him, and he meant it, fully, without regret, because whatever the ritual wanted to take from him, it was worth infinitely less than what he'd already been given these past 3 months. Worth infinitely less than the woman bleeding in his arms who had thrown herself into a blade's path without a single moment's hesitation to save him. It was the strike team's timely arrival, finally breaking through the last of the outer defenses to flood into the ritual chamber en masse, that turned the tide in the final, desperate seconds. A combined assault of chakra techniques from a dozen furious shinobi shattering the last of the ancient carvings in a single coordinated strike that Kajiro had no answer for, the ritual collapsing entirely in a final, violent flare of dying light that sent the retreating faction leader stumbling back into the marsh mist and away from the chamber entirely, defeated, for now, in the ambition of generations. The pull on Naruto's chakra vanished as suddenly as it had begun, leaving him gasping and hollow but whole, Kurama's healing chakra still steady and warm where it worked to close the last of Kushina's wound, and he sagged over her, forehead pressed to hers, both of them breathing hard in the sudden, ringing quiet of a battle finally, narrowly, won. "Still here?" Kushina whispered, hand finding his face, thumb brushing weakly against his cheek. "Both of us. Still here." "Still here," Naruto agreed, voice breaking on the words, and held her through the last of the healing, through the strike team's cautious sweep of the shattered ritual chamber, through every long minute until the medics finally arrived to confirm what he already knew in his bones, that she would live, that they had both, somehow, against every reasonable expectation the day had offered, survived to see the other side of it. Chapter 10. The journey home took 3 days. Kushina carried on a stretcher for the first of them until her own considerable stubbornness overrode the medic's better judgment, and she insisted on walking under her own power for the last 2, leaning more heavily on Naruto's arm than she would ever have admitted to anyone else on the strike team. Kajiro's whereabouts remained unknown, the faction leader having vanished into the borderland wilds during the chaos of the ritual chamber's collapse, and the Intelligence Division's preliminary assessment suggested the loss of the ancient ritual site and the shattering of the seal matrix that had made the anchoring ritual possible at all had likely broken the back of the faction's ambitions for a generation, if not permanently. Though Tereo's office made clear that vigilance would remain a priority regardless. It was, for the first time in months, something close to an ending, even if a wary and provisional one, and Naruto found himself, on the second night of the journey home, sitting beside a campfire with Kushina's head resting against his shoulder, turning over a small, careful thought he'd been circling since the moment her blade-torn side had finally fully healed under the combined attention of Kurama's chakra and the medic corps' more mundane skill. "You're thinking loud again," Kushina murmured, eyes closed, voice still faintly rough from the ordeal but steadily regaining its usual sharp warmth. "What's on your mind?" "Just thinking about how close that was," he admitted. "How close I came to losing you because you threw yourself in front of a blade meant for me." "Would do it again," she said simply, without a trace of hesitation. "Wouldn't even think twice." "I know. That's kind of the problem." He pressed a kiss to the top of her head, breathing in the smell of campfire smoke and the herbal salve the medics had used on her wound. "I don't want a life where either of us has to keep proving how much the other one matters by nearly dying for it. I want a life where we just get to have this. Ordinary. Boring, even. Dinners that don't burn because we got distracted. Missions that end without anybody bleeding." "That sounds nice," Kushina said softly, tilting her head to look up at him properly, firelight catching the exhaustion and the warmth both in her expression. "I didn't figure you for the boring domestic type." "I didn't either. Not until you." He held her gaze, feeling something settle into place in his chest that had been building steadily since that first careful week in her kitchen months before, since the garden and the ramen stand and the porch and every ordinary evening that had, brick by brick, built into something worth protecting with everything he had. "Kushina, I want to build that life with you. All of it. Not just the parts where we're fighting for our lives against faction ambitions or ancient rituals. The regular parts too. Every single one of them, for as long as you'll have me." Something in her expression shifted, understanding dawning slow and bright across her features even as she pushed herself up properly to face him, wincing slightly at the healing wound's protest, but ignoring it entirely in favor of studying his face with an intensity that made his heart pound. "Naruto Uzumaki," she said carefully, "are you asking me what I think you're asking me?" "Depends," he said, throat suddenly tight. "Is the answer going to be yes?" Chapter 11. "You're supposed to actually ask the question," Kushina said, laughter and tears tangled together in her voice in equal measure, "before you go fishing for whether the answer's going to be favorable, you absolute menace." "Fair," Naruto said, and took a steadying breath, reaching for both her hands and holding them carefully between his own, mindful of the healing wound at her side even as everything else about the moment felt suddenly, terrifyingly, wonderfully clear. "Kushina, I fell out of the sky into a world that wasn't mine, and you found me bleeding in a forest and decided, against every reasonable instinct a shinobi's supposed to have, to take a chance on a stranger anyway. I've watched you fight for me in council chambers and border ambushes and ritual chambers full of people who wanted to use me as currency, and every single time you chose me. I want the rest of my life to be about choosing you back. Every day. For as long as you'll let me. Will you marry me?" The campfire crackled between the silence that followed, and for one heart-stopping moment Naruto feared he'd misjudged everything, misread every warm evening and every fierce declaration of love into something that had never actually meant what he'd let himself believe it meant. Until Kushina's breath broke on a sound halfway between a laugh and a sob and she surged forward to kiss him with a fierceness that answered the question more thoroughly than any word could have. "Yes," she said, when she finally pulled back far enough to actually speak, forehead pressed to his, hands gripping the front of his jacket like she meant to never let go. Yes, obviously yes, you absolute idiot. Did you really think I'd throw myself in front of a blade for someone I wasn't planning on spending the rest of my life with? Naruto laughed, something warm and disbelieving and entirely too full for his chest to properly contain, and kissed her again, slower this time, savoring it, aware of the rest of the strike team politely pretending not to notice the moment unfolding at the edge of their campfire a short distance away, though the low murmur of approving chuckles that drifted over a moment later suggested the pretense wasn't holding especially well. We're doing this in the right order, Kushina said eventually, settling back against his side with a contented sigh that belied the healing wound still tender at her ribs. Wedding first. Then whatever comes after. I want the whole thing, Naruto. The ceremony, the ridiculous amount of ramen at the reception, all of it. Whatever you want, he agreed, pressing another kiss to her hair, heart still hammering with the particular, disbelieving joy of a man who had spent so many years assuming happiness was a debt eventually called due, only to discover that some debts, apparently, could be forgiven entirely by a woman willing to bleed for him in a collapsing ritual chamber and laugh with him beside a campfire in the very same week. Good answer, Kushina murmured, already half asleep against his shoulder, and Naruto sat awake a while longer, watching the fire burn low, holding his fiancée close, and let himself, fully and without reservation for the first time since the world had folded around him months before, believe that whatever came next, he would get to face it as a man building something rather than a man only ever running from what he'd lost. Chapter 12. They returned to the village 3 days later to a reception considerably warmer than Naruto had expected, word of the ritual chamber's collapse and Kajiro's route having outpaced their travel by a full day, and the streets carried the particular energy of a village that understood, in broad strokes if not full detail, that something dangerous had been narrowly avoided. Tereo received their formal report with evident relief, the Intelligence Division's preliminary assessment confirmed under his own careful questioning, and when Naruto and Kushina finally, somewhat sheepishly, mentioned the engagement forged beside a borderland campfire, the old Hokage's stern composure cracked into something that looked remarkably like genuine, unguarded delight. After everything this village has put you through these past months, Tereo said, I confess I am glad to hear something good came of it, and came of it so decisively. He studied them both a moment, something knowing in his gaze. Jonin Uzumaki. I believe this makes your household sponsorship arrangement somewhat redundant going forward. I'll say, Kushina agreed, fighting and losing a battle against a wide, unguarded grin. The following weeks carried a different texture entirely than the tense, watchful months that had preceded them, wedding preparations winding their way through the ordinary business of village life, Kushina's fellow Jonin taking a boisterous, good-natured interest in the planning that left Naruto simultaneously touched and faintly overwhelmed by the sheer volume of opinions on ramen catering logistics that a hardened shinobi corps apparently possessed. Kajiro remained at large, a loose thread the Intelligence Division continued pulling at with careful patience, but the immediate threat that had shadowed Naruto's every step since his arrival had, for the first time, receded far enough to let something softer take root in its place. Evenings spent poring over wedding plans instead of ancient ritual theory, mornings that started with Kushina's sleepy, contented humming instead of the wary tension of a household bracing for the next strike. Penny for your thoughts, Kushina said one evening, catching him staring at her across the kitchen table where a half-finished list of wedding preparations sat forgotten between them. Just thinking about how far we've come, Naruto admitted. From a stranger bleeding in your forest to this. Feels like a different life. A better one. It is a different life, Kushina said softly, reaching across to take his hand. Yours now, as much as it was ever anybody's. I meant to ask, actually, whether you'd thought at all about a family. Down the line. After the wedding, once things have settled properly. Something warm and hopeful bloomed in Naruto's chest at the question, an ache of longing he hadn't let himself examine too closely until she'd given him permission to look at it directly. Yeah, he said, voice rough. I've thought about it. More than I probably should have this early. Good, Kushina said, smiling, because so have I, and the conversation that followed carried them well past midnight, dreaming out loud together about a future that, 3 months ago, either of them would have dared believe was waiting for them at all, while somewhere out past the border hills, in the wilds beyond the ruined sealing grounds, a figure known only as Kajiro nursed old wounds and older grievances, already beginning, patiently, to plan a return. Chapter 13. The wedding, when it finally arrived on a bright, clear morning 6 weeks after the campfire proposal, was smaller than the Jonin Corps' enthusiastic planning committee had originally envisioned and exactly the size Naruto and Kushina had actually wanted. Held in the same garden Kushina had let grow half-wild behind the house they'd shared since the night he first woke bleeding in her spare room. Close friends and fellow shinobi gathered among the herbs and vegetables she'd planted with more optimism than discipline months before. Tereo himself presided over the ceremony, an honor he'd insisted on personally rather than delegating, and read the traditional vows with a gravity that softened, near the end, into something warmer and more personal than protocol strictly required. I have watched this village weigh a stranger's worth with more suspicion than perhaps he deserved, the old Hokage said, addressing the small gathered crowd, and I have watched that stranger answer every doubt not with words, but with the simple, repeated act of showing up for the people around him, again and again, at real cost to himself. I can think of no better foundation for a marriage than that. Naruto, standing at the garden's makeshift altar in clothes considerably finer than the borrowed, ill-fitting set Kushina had first tossed onto his bed, watched her walk toward him down the short garden path with a lump in his throat he made no effort to hide, red hair catching the morning light exactly the way it had the first time he'd glimpsed her running toward him through the grass. Though nothing about the way his chest ached now carried any trace of the grief that sight had first stirred in him. This ache was entirely, gloriously different. "You clean up all right?" Kushina murmured when she reached him, eyes bright with unshed tears she was determinedly blinking back. "You're one to talk," he managed, voice rough, and the small crowd's laughter carried them both gently through the rest of the ceremony, vows exchanged with hands clasped tight and steady, rings simple and unadorned in the way both of them had insisted on, and when Tereo finally pronounced them married the cheer that went up from the assembled shinobi was loud enough that Naruto half suspected the entire street had heard it. The reception that followed carried through the afternoon and well into evening, ramen exactly as plentiful as Kushina had demanded weeks before, and Naruto spent much of it simply watching her laugh and argue good-naturedly with her fellow jonin across the garden, still faintly disbelieving of the life stretched out ahead of him, until she caught him staring and crossed back to loop her arm through his with the easy, settled comfort of a woman entirely certain of the choice she'd made. "Regretting it already?" she teased. "Never," Naruto said, and meant it with the whole of a heart that had spent so long assuming happiness came with an expiration date, only to find, standing in a garden full of people who had chosen to celebrate rather than merely tolerate his presence in their world, that some kinds of happiness were built to last. Chapter 14. Married life, it turned out, changed less about their daily rhythm than Naruto had half expected and altered something deeper and quieter underneath it instead, the same shared meals and shared missions and shared silences now carrying the settled weight of permanence rather than the careful, hopeful uncertainty of something still being built. He took the Uzumaki name formally within the month, a small administrative matter that nonetheless left him staring at the finalized paperwork for a long moment, tracing the shape of a name that had belonged, in another life entirely, to a mother he'd never gotten to properly know, now belonging to him again in a form he never once let himself imagine might be possible. "You all right?" Kushina asked, finding him at the kitchen table with the paperwork still spread before him. "Yeah," he said, and found, examining the feeling honestly, that it was true. "Just thinking about how strange it is. Getting a piece of my old life back through a door I never expected to walk through." "Not exactly the same piece," Kushina said gently, settling into the chair beside him. "No," he agreed. "Better, in a lot of ways. Because this one, I actually get to keep." Their work continued largely unchanged, missions and research both, though the Intelligence Division's ongoing search for Kajiro's whereabouts yielded frustratingly little across the following months, the faction leader having gone thoroughly, deliberately quiet in the aftermath of the ritual chamber's collapse, a silence that Tereo's office treated with wary respect rather than complacent relief. "Quiet isn't the same as gone," Kushina reminded Naruto more than once, in the careful, measured tone of a shinobi who had learned long ago not to mistake a lull for an ending. Whatever's left of that faction, they lost their ritual site and most of their leadership structure in one night. That's the kind of loss that either finishes an organization off for good, or drives what's left of it into something quieter and more patient. I don't know which one we're dealing with yet. Then we stay ready, Naruto said. Same as always. They did. Life continued regardless, patrols and research, and the ordinary business of a shinobi household folding around the wary vigilance without ever quite letting it dominate. And it was on a quiet morning some months into their marriage, Kushina unusually pale over a breakfast she normally ate with enthusiasm, that the next chapter of their life together announced itself in a way either of them had quite anticipated arriving so soon. You've barely touched your food, Naruto observed, setting down his own chopsticks with a frown of concern. You feeling all right? Kushina was quiet a long moment, an expression crossing her face that Naruto couldn't quite place, somewhere between wonder and nerves and something fiercely, carefully hopeful all at once. I think, she said slowly, we might need to have that conversation about family a little sooner than we planned. Chapter 15. Naruto's chopsticks clattered against the table, forgotten entirely, as the meaning of her words settled over him in a slow, warm wave that left him momentarily unable to form a coherent response. You mean? I mean I've suspected for about a week and a half, and I finally stopped by the hospital yesterday on my way back from patrol to make sure before I said anything, Kushina said, and the careful composure she'd been holding cracked at last into something bright and unguarded, tears standing in her eyes that had nothing at all to do with sadness. I'm pregnant, Naruto. We're going to have a baby. He was around the table before he'd fully registered moving, pulling her up and into his arms with a care that belied the sheer overwhelming force of the joy surging through him, laughing and nearly crying himself in equal measure, holding her like the news might slip away if he loosened his grip even slightly. A baby, he repeated, voice thick, forehead resting against hers. We're having a baby. We're having a baby, she confirmed, laughing properly now, hands fisted in the front of his shirt. Gods, Naruto, I didn't expect to feel this terrified and this happy at exactly the same time. Is that normal? Please tell me that's normal. I have absolutely no idea, Naruto admitted, but if it is, I'm right there with you. And he kissed her, slow and reverent, one hand coming to rest with a gentleness he hadn't known he possessed against the still flat plane of her stomach, marveling at the entirely new, entirely wonderful weight of everything that single small gesture now represented. They spent the rest of that morning simply sitting together at the kitchen table, breakfast gone cold and forgotten between them, trading quiet, half-formed plans and hopes for a future that had, in the space of a single conversation, grown a whole new dimension neither of them had quite been prepared for despite the conversation they'd started weeks before. Names were floated and laughed over and set aside for later consideration. Kushina worried aloud about balancing an active jonin career against the demands of new motherhood, and Naruto promised, with a fierce and total sincerity, that whatever balance needed striking, they would strike it together, exactly the way they'd faced everything else since the night she'd found him bleeding in her forest. It was Tereo, informed of the news later that same week with the particular mix of pride and mild alarm of a man who had personally overseen a great deal of Naruto's improbable journey in this world, who put words to the quiet, growing sense of a chapter closing and a new one beginning that had settled over the household in the days since. A child born of a traveler between worlds and an Uzumaki survivor, the old Hokage mused, studying them both with an expression equal parts warmth and careful calculation. I imagine there are scholars, and perhaps certain old factions with grievances not yet fully laid to rest, who will find that fact considerably more significant than a simple happy occasion for two people I have come, over this past year, to think of with genuine fondness. Let them, Kushina said, chin lifting with the same stubborn fire Naruto had fallen in love with the very first week of their acquaintance. Whatever significance anybody wants to attach to it, this baby is ours. Nobody else's. And anybody who comes looking to make it about their own old grievances is going to find both of us considerably less forgiving than we were the first time somebody tried to turn Naruto into a means to an end. Naruto reached for her hand, steady and certain, and felt the truth of her words settle into his own chest with matching conviction. Whatever Kajiro's continued silence actually meant, whatever old factions or ancient theories still lingered in the wreckage of the ritual chamber's collapse, waiting patiently for a new opportunity to resurface, He understood now with a clarity that hadn't fully existed before this morning exactly how much more there now was to protect, and exactly how much fiercer he intended to be about protecting it. Somewhere beyond the border hills, in the quiet places the defeated faction's remnants had retreated to lick their wounds and reconsider their strategy. Word of an Uzumaki heir on the way would eventually travel, carried on whatever channels of old grievance and older ambition still connected Kajiro to the scattered remains of a cause that refused, despite every setback, to consider itself finished. But that reckoning, whatever shape it eventually took, belonged to another day. For now, in a small kitchen in a village that had slowly, steadily, become home in every way that mattered, there was only the quiet, overwhelming joy of two people beginning to build a family together, and the fierce, shared determination to protect it against whatever the future still had waiting in the wings. Chapter 16. That evening, once the excitement of the day's news had settled into something quieter and more contemplative, Naruto found himself back on the porch where so much of the last year's most important conversations had happened, Kushina curled against his side with a blanket pulled around them both against the cooling night air. "Do you ever think about it?" she asked quietly. "The world you came from. Whether there's still a path back, now that Kajiro's ritual theory turned out to be a dead end." He considered the question honestly, turning it over with the same careful attention he'd given it many times before, and found, answering it now, that the shape of his feelings had shifted somewhere along the way without his fully noticing. "I used to think about it every day, wondering if there was a door somewhere I hadn't found yet." Now he pressed a kiss to her hair, hand resting warm over the place where their child was beginning, quietly, to grow. "Now I think about it a lot less. Not because I've forgotten what I lost. I don't think I ever will, not really. But because what I've built here isn't a substitute for that old life anymore. It's just its own thing. Worth having on its own terms." "Good answer," Kushina murmured, echoing the words she'd used the night he proposed, and he felt her smile against his shoulder in the dark. "Besides," he added, lighter now, "somebody's got to be here to teach this kid terrible ramen jokes. Can't exactly do that from another world." "You say that like I'm going to let you anywhere near our child's sense of humor unsupervised." "Too late. Already planning the ramen jokes." Her laughter carried soft and warm into the night air, and they sat together a long while longer under a sky full of stars that had, somewhere over the past year, stopped feeling like a stranger's sky entirely and become, simply and completely, home. Far beyond the border hills, in places the Intelligence Division's careful watch had not yet thought to search, the quiet work of rebuilding a shattered ambition continued regardless, patient and unhurried, content for now to let a young family enjoy a season of peace they had more than earned, while the reckoning still owed between an old grievance and a new heir waited, unhurried, for its proper hour to arrive. Act 3. The Whirlpool's Heir. Chapter 1. The village learned of the pregnancy within days, the way village news always traveled faster than any official channel could keep pace with, and Naruto found himself fielding congratulations from shinobi he'd barely exchanged a dozen words with over the past year, each one offered with a warmth that still, occasionally, caught him off guard after so many months of being regarded primarily as a variable to be managed rather than a person to be welcomed. Tereo's reaction, when they made the formal announcement in his office, carried more weight than the casual well-wishes of the street. A child born of an inter-world traveler and a survivor of Yuzushiogakyo's bloodline, the Hokage said, steepling his fingers with the particular gravity he reserved for matters that extended well beyond simple administrative concern. "I will not pretend this is without complication. The chakra signature such a child might carry could prove significant in ways that extend beyond ordinary clan inheritance." "You think Kajiro's people will come looking?" Kushina said, not a question. "I think," Tereo said carefully, "that a faction which spent the better part of a year hunting Naruto specifically for the strangeness of his chakra will not remain indifferent to the existence of an heir who might carry some measure of that same strangeness, inherited rather than acquired. I would be doing both of you a disservice if I pretended otherwise." The walk home was quiet, weighted with the particular caution of two people who had, for one brief golden season, allowed themselves to believe the worst of their troubles lay behind them. Naruto reached for Kushina's hand as they walked, and she took it without hesitation, though the easy contentment of the weeks since the wedding had visibly sharpened into something more watchful. "We knew this was a possibility," she said eventually. "Even before the news. I'm not going to let it steal the joy out of this, Naruto." "I refuse." "Neither am I," he agreed, and meant it fully, even as the old, familiar instinct to brace for loss stirred faintly in his chest before he consciously, deliberately, set it back down. "We'll be careful. We'll be ready. But I'm not going to spend the next several months afraid instead of happy. We've earned better than that." Kushina squeezed his hand, something fierce and grateful in the gesture. "Good answer." Again. The following weeks brought a steady stream of small, practical adjustments to the household, a crib assembled with more enthusiasm than skill in the spare room that had once housed a bleeding stranger, and now stood ready for an entirely different kind of arrival. Kushina's fellow jonin descending periodically with hand-me-down supplies and unsolicited advice delivered with the particular bluntness of a shinobi corps that had never quite mastered the art of subtlety even when the occasion called for gentleness. "You're doing it wrong," one veteran jonin informed Naruto flatly, watching him struggle with the crib's instructions for the better part of an hour. "Here. Give it here before you hurt yourself." "I had it handled," Naruto protested, entirely unconvincingly, and surrendered the half-assembled frame without further argument. Kushina, watching the exchange from the doorway with poorly concealed amusement, caught his eye and mouthed something suspiciously close to "told you so," and Naruto found himself laughing despite the minor domestic defeat, grateful beyond words for a village that had, over the preceding months, wrapped itself so thoroughly and unself-consciously around the family they were building that even a botched crib assembly became, somehow, an occasion for warmth rather than embarrassment. They spent that evening on the porch, as they so often did, mapping out quiet, practical plans alongside the giddy, half-formed dreaming that pregnancy news seemed to invite regardless of the shadow hanging faintly at its edges, security rotations to be discussed with Tereo's office in the morning, and names, gentle and tentative, floated between them like small offerings neither of them was quite ready to commit to yet. "I keep thinking about my own clan," Kushina admitted quietly, partway through the evening, watching the stars emerge over the rooftops. "About how little of it I actually got to keep. A name. A handful of half-remembered stories. Some scraps of old theory that turned out to matter a great deal more than I ever expected them to." She rested a hand over her stomach, still flat, still carrying no outward sign of the change already underway. "I want this baby to have more than scraps, Naruto. I want them to grow up knowing exactly where they come from, all of it, the parts that are complicated included, rather than piecing it together second-hand the way I had to. They will," Naruto promised, covering her hand with his own. "Whatever it takes. They'll know exactly who they are, and exactly how loved they were before they even arrived. That's a big promise." "I'm good for it," he said, and meant it fully, with the same quiet certainty that had carried him through every major turn of the past year. "I've got a lot of practice keeping the promises that actually matter." Kushina smiled, leaning into him, and they sat together a while longer under the gathering stars, the shadow of Kajiro's continued interest still present at the edges of the evening but no longer, for this one quiet stretch of time, loud enough to drown out the simple, growing joy of the life they were building together. Chapter 2. The months that followed carried a rhythm unlike any Naruto had known before, ordinary in a way that felt almost defiant given everything still simmering unresolved at the border of their lives. Kushina's mission scaled back by careful degrees as the pregnancy progressed, first to lighter reconnaissance work, then eventually to training and administrative duties within the village walls entirely, a transition she accepted with considerably more grace than Naruto had privately expected from a woman who had spent her entire adult life defined by fieldwork. "Don't look so surprised," she told him, catching the expression on his face one afternoon as she reviewed genin training reports at the kitchen table rather than heading out on patrol. "I know how to prioritize when it actually matters. This matters." He took on more of the household's physical demands without being asked, an instinct that occasionally earned him an exasperated look when he hovered too closely over tasks she was entirely capable of managing herself, and the two of them settled, through trial and gentle correction, into a balance that honored both her stubborn independence and his genuine need to feel useful in protecting the family they were building. The Intelligence Division's search for concrete evidence of Kajiro's continued activity yielded little through the spring and into early summer, the faction's remnants apparently having scattered and gone thoroughly to ground in the aftermath of the ritual chamber's collapse, though Tereo's office maintained the increased patrol rotation around Naruto and Kushina's household regardless, unwilling to mistake absence of evidence for absence of threat. It was I.M., the quiet, precise lead researcher from the archive team, who finally surfaced something concrete midway through the summer, arriving at the house one evening with a folder of translated intercepts that had her normally composed expression drawn tight with concern. "We picked up chatter through an allied village's intelligence network," she said, laying the folder across the table. "Fragmentary, but consistent enough to take seriously. References to a bloodline convergence. To an heir who might succeed where the anchor alone failed. I believe they mean your child." Naruto's stomach dropped, and beside him he felt Kushina go very still, one hand coming to rest protectively over the now visible curve of her stomach. "Succeed how?" Kushina asked, voice tight and controlled. "What exactly are they hoping this child could do that Naruto alone couldn't?" "The old theory always specified an anchor," I.M. said carefully. "A single traveler's chakra, however potent, proved insufficient to sustain the ritual without catastrophic cost, as we saw firsthand in the ruins. But a child born of that traveler's bloodline and an Uzumaki survivor's own considerable chakra heritage, combined and inherited rather than externally imposed." She hesitated. "The theoretical text suggests such a convergence might prove far more stable. Far more capable of sustaining the ritual's demands without the anchor being consumed entirely in the process." The room went very quiet, the weight of the implications settling heavy over both of them, and Naruto reached for Kushina's hand, finding it cold despite the warm summer evening. "They're not planning to come for me anymore," he said slowly, understanding dawning cold and certain. "They're planning to wait for our child to be born, and then come for them instead." Chapter 3. Tereo's response to I.M.'s intelligence was swift and comprehensive. A full security review convened within the week that resulted in a standing protective detail assigned to the household around the clock, an arrangement Kushina accepted with visible reluctance despite understanding its necessity. "I don't love the idea of raising a child under armed guard," she admitted one evening, watching two of the assigned shinobi through the window as they conducted a routine perimeter sweep of the garden. "Feels like exactly the kind of childhood I always swore I'd never wish on anybody. Growing up the way I did, an outsider everybody watched a little too closely for reasons that had nothing to do with who I actually was." "It's not forever," Naruto said, though the reassurance felt thin even to his own ears. "Once Kajiro's actually caught, once this threat's dealt with for good, things go back to normal." "Do they, though?" Kushina turned to look at him, something weary and searching in her expression. "Or is normal just a story we tell ourselves between crises, until the next one comes along and reminds us how thin the piece actually was the whole time?" He didn't have a good answer for that, and they sat with the uncomfortable honesty of the question a while longer before Kushina finally sighed and leaned into his side, some of the tension bleeding out of her despite the unresolved worry still evident in the set of her shoulders. "Sorry," she said. "Hormones. And genuine fear, probably, in roughly equal measure." "Ignore me." "Never," he said, pressing a kiss to her hair. "You're allowed to be scared. I am too. Doesn't mean we stop building the life we want anyway." The summer wore on under the weight of increased vigilance, and it was in its final weeks, Kushina heavily pregnant and increasingly restless with the confinement of reduced duty, that the first concrete attempt against the household finally materialized. A pair of infiltrators discovered attempting to breach the property's perimeter seals in the deep hours of the night. Caught and engaged by the standing protective detail before they came anywhere near close enough to the house itself to pose direct danger. Naruto woke to the sound of the skirmish, already moving before he'd fully processed the noise, and found Kushina similarly alert despite the awkward slowness her pregnancy imposed on her usual speed, both of them positioned defensively near the house's interior by the time the detail's leader reported the perimeter secure and the two infiltrators captured. "They came for reconnaissance, not extraction," the detail leader reported afterward, breathing hard from the brief but intense engagement. "Testing the security setup, most likely." getting a sense of what they'd be working against if they decided to move more directly later. Kushina's hand found her stomach instinctively, protective and fierce, and Naruto pulled her close, both of them shaken by how near the threat had come despite the extensive precautions already in place. "They're patient," Kushina said quietly, once the immediate adrenaline had faded and the detail had resumed its watch outside. "Kajiro's people. Patient enough to wait through an entire pregnancy for the right moment. That's not reassuring, Naruto. That's terrifying." "Then we match it," Naruto said, holding her steady. "We're patient too. We don't let them rattle us into a mistake. We just keep protecting what's ours, for exactly as long as it takes." The interrogation of the two captured infiltrators, conducted over the following days by the same intelligence division team that had extracted the earlier confession about the ritual's bridge, yielded confirmation of exactly what everyone had already suspected but had held out a small, quiet hope might prove otherwise. "They weren't sent to extract anything tonight," IM reported, delivering the findings personally to the household rather than routing them through official channels alone. A courtesy Naruto understood carried its own message about how seriously the intelligence division now regarded the family's situation. Purely reconnaissance, as the detail leader suspected. Mapping the perimeter response times, cataloging the household's daily patterns, building a profile they clearly intend to use for something considerably more ambitious once your child is actually born and old enough to be of use to them. "How long have they been watching us?" Kushina asked, something cold and furious settling into her voice. "Longer than any of us would like," IM admitted. "Based on the specificity of what they'd already documented, I'd estimate weeks, possibly longer. They know your patrol schedules. They know which windows face the garden. They know, God's help us, which nights Naruto typically handles the evening watch versus which nights fall to the assigned detail." The revelation settled heavy and unwelcome over the household in the days that followed, prompting a full revision of the household's security patterns at Tereo's insistence, patrol schedules deliberately randomized, sightlines reinforced, and a quiet, careful vigilance settling over even the most mundane daily routines that neither Naruto nor Kushina had ever wanted their home to require. "I hate this," Kushina admitted one evening, watching a work crew reinforce the garden's outer wall with new ward seals under IM's careful supervision. "I hate that they've turned something as simple as watching the sunset from our own porch into a security calculation." "Temporary," Naruto reminded her, though the word carried less certainty than he wanted it to. "Once Kajiro's actually dealt with, this all goes away. I promise you that." "You'd better be right," she said, leaning into him despite the wariness still evident in every line of her posture, "because I want our daughter to grow up knowing this garden as somewhere safe to play, not somewhere her parents once had to fortify against people who saw her as nothing but a means to an end before she'd even drawn her first breath." Chapter 4. Labor began 3 weeks later, in the deep hours of an early autumn morning, with a suddenness that sent Naruto scrambling out of bed in a tangle of blankets at Kushina's sharp, startled gasp beside him. "Okay," she said, breathing carefully through what was evidently not the first contraction, judging by the controlled, practiced quality of her voice even through obvious discomfort. "Okay, I think this is actually happening. Naruto, breathe, you're not the one in labor, I need you functional." "Right," he said, forcing himself through the sudden roaring static of panic into something resembling useful action. "Right, hospital, I'll get the bag, I'll get the detail to escort us. Everything's going to be fine, you're going to be fine." Naruto. "Yeah? Bag. Now. Panic later." He got her to the hospital with the protective detail flanking them the entire way, the autumn night crisp and clear overhead, and the hours that followed blurred together in Naruto's memory into a single, overwhelming stretch of fear and hope tangled so tightly he couldn't have separated them if he'd tried, Kushina's hand gripping his through each contraction with a strength that left visible marks, her fierce, stubborn refusal to show weakness even now somehow making the whole ordeal both easier and harder to witness in equal measure. "You're doing incredible," he told her, for perhaps the 20th time, sometime in the deep, exhausted hours before dawn. "You're doing so incredible, Kushina." "You said that already," she managed, half laugh and half groan, sweat-damp hair sticking to her forehead. "Multiple times." I'm starting to think it's the only sentence you know. Might be. Kind of preoccupied at the moment. The final push came just as the first gray light of dawn began creeping through the hospital window, and the sound that followed, thin and furious and entirely new, undid something in Naruto's chest that he suspected would never quite go back together the same way again. It's a girl, the medic announced, and moments later the small, squirming, impossibly loud bundle was placed carefully in Kushina's exhausted, trembling arms, and Naruto found himself kneeling beside the bed, one hand cradling the back of his daughter's tiny head, entirely unable to form words around the enormity of what had just happened. "Hi," Kushina whispered, voice cracked and wrecked and radiant all at once, gazing down at their daughter with an expression Naruto had never seen on her before and knew, instantly, he would spend the rest of his life trying to see again as often as possible. "Hi there. We've been waiting a long time for you." Word reached Teruo's office within the hour, and the old Hokage arrived in person later that morning, a rare gesture that Naruto understood, even through the haze of exhaustion and overwhelming joy, carried considerable weight given the demands ordinarily placed on his time. He studied the newest addition to the village with a warmth that softened his usual stern composure entirely. "A safe delivery," Teruo said, "and a healthy child. This village owes considerable gratitude to whatever fortune saw fit to bring you both safely through the months of vigilance that led to this morning." He inclined his head toward Kushina, still cradling their daughter with fierce, exhausted tenderness. "I will ensure the protective detail's presence at the hospital remains discreet during your recovery. You've more than earned the right to enjoy these first days without additional worry weighing on them." "Thank you," Kushina said softly, and something in the simple exchange, the Hokage himself taking time from a busy morning to personally welcome their daughter into the world, settled a quiet warmth into Naruto's chest that had nothing to do with the lingering vigilance still shadowing their lives and everything to do with the genuine, accumulated sense of belonging the past 2 years had slowly, steadily built. "She's perfect," Naruto managed finally, voice thick, brushing a careful finger against one impossibly small hand and feeling tiny fingers curl instinctively around his own. "Kushina. She's perfect." "Yeah," Kushina agreed, tears tracking freely down her face now, exhaustion and joy tangled together into something too big for careful composure to contain any longer. "She really is." They settled, after a long, quiet while of simply staring at their daughter in wonder, on a name they'd circled tentatively for weeks without quite committing to, and when Naruto finally spoke it aloud, testing the shape of it against the small, sleeping weight in Kushina's arms, it felt exactly, perfectly right. "Hikari," he said softly. "Welcome to the world, Hikari." Chapter 5. The first weeks of Hikari's life passed in the particular sleepless, overwhelming blur that Naruto suspected every new parent in every world eventually came to know intimately, days and nights blurring together around feeding schedules and the small, constant miracle of watching a tiny person slowly begin to notice the world around her. The protective detail remained in place, unobtrusive but constant, and Naruto found himself grateful for their presence in a way he hadn't quite managed during the tenser months of pregnancy, the quiet reassurance of trained shinobi watching the perimeter allowing him and Kushina both the rare luxury of focusing entirely on their daughter rather than splitting attention toward a threat that had, for these first precious weeks at least, remained conspicuously absent. "She's got your stubbornness already," Naruto observed one evening, watching Hikari fuss and squirm against being swaddled with a determination that seemed entirely too fierce for someone barely a month old. "She's got your appetite," Kushina countered, only half joking, watching their daughter nurse with an intensity that suggested the observation wasn't entirely inaccurate. "Gods help us both if she inherits both traits in equal measure." They fell into new rhythms around the old ones, missions and research work resuming by careful degrees as Kushina's strength returned and trusted arrangements for Hikari's care during working hours settled into place, often with Teruo's own household staff or a rotating handful of fellow jonin who had, over the preceding months, become something closer to extended family than simple colleagues. It was nearly 2 months after Hikari's birth that IM's team finally produced something more concrete on Kajiro's whereabouts, a pattern of resource movement traced to a settlement deep in contested territory that intelligence suggested the faction had been quietly rebuilding since the ritual chambers collapsed the previous year. "They're not ready to move yet," IM reported, laying the assessment out for Tereo and the assembled Jonin Corps in a briefing that included both Naruto and Kushina despite the latter's still recent return from parental leave. But the pattern's consistent with rebuilding toward another attempt. Slower this time. More careful. I believe they're waiting for your daughter to reach an age where her chakra signature becomes more clearly readable, more useful to whatever ritual variant they're now working toward. How long do we have? Kushina asked, voice tight with the particular fierce calculation of a mother assessing a threat to her child. Based on the resource accumulation rate, and assuming the theoretical texts we've recovered are accurate about the chakra maturation timeline they need, I.M. said carefully, I would estimate somewhere between 1 and 3 years before they consider themselves ready to attempt anything directly. Which gives us time. But not unlimited time. Naruto looked down at Hikari, sleeping peacefully in his arms through the entire tense briefing, blissfully unaware of the shadow already gathering at the edges of a life that had barely begun, and felt the same fierce, protective resolve settle over him that had carried him through the ritual chamber's collapse and every threat since. Then we use that time, he said quietly. We don't wait for them to come to us on their terms. We find Kajiro first, and we finish this properly, before our daughter's old enough to understand what's actually been hunting her since before she could walk. The briefing broke into a longer, more detailed strategic discussion after that, Tereo's senior Jonin weighing in on the practical challenges of locating a faction that had already demonstrated considerable skill at operating undetected, and Kushina, handing Hikari carefully to a waiting attendant so she could participate fully in the tactical planning, threw herself into the discussion with a fierce, focused intensity that reminded Naruto powerfully of the woman who had first pulled a kunai from an unconscious stranger's ribs and demanded to know who he was before offering him so much as a bandage. We start with the resource movement patterns, she said, tracing a rough map of the contested border territory laid across the briefing table. If they're rebuilding, they need materials, personnel, funding. All of that leaves a trail, even for people careful enough to avoid direct engagement. We follow the trail instead of waiting for them to come to us. That could take months, one of the senior Jonin pointed out. Then it takes months, Kushina said unwavering. I'd rather spend a year hunting them down properly than spend the next 3 living in fear of what happens the day they decide they're finally ready to come for my daughter. Naruto watched her lay out the strategic framework with a mixture of pride and quiet ache, understanding fully the cost this particular fight was already extracting from her, the return to active operational planning so soon after Hikari's birth, the careful, exhausting balance of new motherhood and renewed vigilance that she carried without complaint because the alternative, waiting passively for a threat to mature into something even more dangerous, was simply not a risk either of them was willing to accept. Chapter 6. The plan Tereo's office ultimately approved took shape over the following months, a careful, patient intelligence operation aimed at locating Kajiro's rebuilt base with enough precision to allow a decisive strike before the faction's own timeline matured into genuine threat, and Naruto found himself, for the first time since Hikari's birth, balancing the fierce, consuming joy of new fatherhood against the old, familiar weight of active mission planning. I don't like leaving her, he admitted to Kushina one evening, watching their daughter, nearly 6 months old now and increasingly mobile in the determined, wobbling way of infants just beginning to master crawling, explore the living room floor with fierce concentration. Even for reconnaissance runs. Even knowing the details, watching the house the whole time. I don't like it either, Kushina said, settling beside him to watch Hikari's determined progress across the floor. But I like the idea of Kajiro getting more time to prepare an attempt against her even less. We finish this now, while we still have the advantage of choosing when and how we engage, or we spend the next several years constantly looking over our shoulders wondering when they'll finally decide they're ready to move. They alternated field assignments carefully after that, never both away from the house simultaneously, trading reconnaissance runs and research work in a rhythm that kept Hikari surrounded by at least one parent's presence at all times alongside the standing protective detail, and the intelligence picture slowly, steadily sharpened over the following months into something approaching an actionable target. Kajiro's rebuilt base, when finally located with enough confidence to warrant serious planning, proved to be a fortified compound built into the side of a remote mountain valley 2 days' travel from the border, considerably more defensible than the ruined sealing grounds had been, and considerably better prepared for the kind of coordinated strike that had ended the previous confrontation so decisively. They learned from last time, Kushina observed grimly, studying the compound's layout as reconstructed from months of careful surveillance. No single vulnerable ritual chamber this time. Distributed defenses. Multiple fallback positions. Whoever's advising Kajiro now understands exactly why the ruins fell so completely, and they built specifically to avoid repeating that mistake. Then we don't repeat our own approach either, Naruto said, studying the layout with the particular focus of a man who had survived considerably worse odds than this in another life entirely. We go in smarter. We go in ready for exactly the kind of prepared defense they're expecting us to face. The strike planning consumed the following weeks, Tereo's office committing considerable resources to an operation that carried, everyone involved understood clearly, existential stakes for the young family at its center. And it was on the eve of the operation's scheduled launch that Naruto found himself once more on the porch with Kushina, Hikari finally asleep after a long evening of fussing. The weight of what tomorrow held settling heavy and familiar between them. Feels like we've had this exact conversation before, Kushina said quietly, echoing the night before the ritual chamber assault nearly 2 years prior. Feels like it, Naruto agreed, pulling her close. Except this time it's not just us we're protecting. It's her too. Whatever happens tomorrow, we can't afford to lose. Not with what's actually at stake now. We won't, Kushina said, with a certainty that carried the full weight of a mother's fierce, unshakable resolve. Whatever Kajiro's built up there in that mountain, they made one critical miscalculation building their entire second attempt around waiting for our daughter to grow into something useful to them. What's that? They forgot to account for exactly how far her parents are willing to go to make sure that day never comes. The council session convened to formally authorize the strike proved considerably less contentious than the debate over Naruto's original provisional status years before. The silver-haired elder who had once argued most forcefully against extending him trust now among the most vocal proponents of committing whatever resources the operation required. This village has watched this family build something worth protecting, brick by careful brick, against considerable odds, she said, addressing the assembled council with a gravity that surprised Naruto more than the substance of the argument itself. I was not always convinced that investment was wise. I am entirely convinced now. We do not abandon that investment to a faction's patient ambition when we possess both the intelligence and the capability to end the threat decisively. Tereo's own contribution to the debate was more practical, laying out the resource commitment in careful detail, the number of jonin the operation would require, the diplomatic considerations of striking a target in contested territory, the contingencies prepared should the compound prove more heavily defended than surveillance suggested, and it was the thoroughness of that preparation, more than any single rousing speech, that finally settled Naruto's own private unease about the scale of what they were about to attempt. You understand, Tereo said afterward, meeting privately with Naruto and Kushina once the council's formal authorization had been secured, that I would not commit this village's resources to an operation of this scale for ordinary border security concerns. I do so because I have come to regard the safety of your family as inseparable from the safety of this village more broadly. Whatever debt this village owes you both for what you've already given it, I intend to see it repaid in full tomorrow, one way or another. Thank you, Kushina said quietly, something fierce and grateful in her voice. For believing this was worth the resources. Not every Hokage would have. Perhaps not, Tereo allowed. But I have watched this family fight for this village more consistently than many who were born to call it home. It seemed, to me, only right that the reverse should hold true as well. Chapter 7. The strike team departed at dawn, a dozen shinobi under Kushina and Naruto's joint lead. Hikari left in Tereo's own household under a security detail doubled specifically for the duration of the operation, and the 2 days' travel toward the mountain valley passed in the same tense, focused quiet that had marked their approach to the ritual chamber years before, though the stakes riding on this engagement's outcome felt, if anything, considerably heavier now. The compound's outer defenses proved every bit as formidable as the surveillance had suggested, layered ward seals and distributed guard positions that made a direct frontal assault considerably more costly than the strike team's careful planning had hoped to avoid, and the fighting that erupted as they breached the outer perimeter was immediate, brutal, and far more evenly matched than the desperate, chaotic defense of the ruined sealing grounds had been. They're better trained this time, Kushina called across the chaos of the compound's outer courtyard, driving back a coordinated pair of faction shinobi with a combination of speed and controlled fury that spoke to exactly how much personal stake she carried into this particular fight. Kajiro's had 2 years to recruit and train replacements for whoever we took out last time. Then we adapt, Naruto called back, chakra flaring gold as he cut a path deeper into the compound alongside the strike team's forward push, every instinct honed across 2 worlds and countless battles focused now on a single, unwavering priority, ending this threat decisively enough that Hikari would never have to grow up looking over her shoulder for a faction that refused to consider itself finished. They found Kajiro in the compound's inner sanctum, a chamber built deep into the mountain itself and considerably more fortified than the exposed ritual site of 2 years before, and the faction leader's composure, when they finally came face to face across the chamber's dim, torch-lit expanse, carried a harder, more calculated edge than the confident patience Naruto remembered from their first encounter. You came for me directly this time, Kajiro observed, hood tilting with something that might have been grudging respect. Rather than waiting for my faction to come for your daughter, as I confess I expected you might. Bold. Foolish, perhaps, given what you've left undefended by committing your full strength to this strike. But bold. Your compound's under siege from 3 sides right now, Kushina snarled, already moving to flank the faction leader alongside Naruto. Your best remaining people are dying in that courtyard as we speak. There's no version of today that ends with you getting anywhere near our daughter. Perhaps not today, Kajiro allowed, and something in the calm certainty of the words sent a fresh chill through Naruto's chest even as he pressed the attack, chakra blazing as he closed the distance with a speed that finally, visibly, unsettled the faction leader's careful composure. But you cannot strike every base I've built, every contingency I've prepared, in a single afternoon's assault. Even should you kill me here today, the ambition I've spent my life building does not simply end with a single death. It continues. Patiently. However long it takes. Then we'll keep stopping it, Naruto said, finally closing the last of the distance, chakra-wreathed strike driving Kajiro back hard against the chamber's ancient stone wall. For as long as it takes. Every single time. Because that's what she's worth to us. The fight that followed was fast, desperate, and decisive, Kajiro's carefully cultivated composure finally shattering entirely under the combined, relentless assault of 2 shinobi fighting not merely for their own survival but for the entire future of a daughter waiting safely, unknowingly, back within the walls of a village neither of them intended to let this faction ever threaten again. Kajiro fought with the particular skill of someone who had spent 2 years training specifically to counter exactly this pairing, reading Kushina's chakra flares with the same unsettling precision the mark-bearer had once shown in the border hills, forcing Naruto into a defensive scramble the moment he pressed too aggressively alone, and it was only by falling back into the same instinctive, practice rhythm that had carried them through the ritual chamber years before, covering each other's openings without needing to call out the coverage aloud, that they finally began to wear down the faction leader's considerable defensive skill. You fight like you have something to prove, Kajiro observed, breathing hard now, blocking a strike from Kushina only to leave an opening Naruto exploited instantly, chakra-wreathed fist driving hard into the faction leader's side. Interesting for 2 people who have already won everything they claim to be fighting for. We're not proving anything, Kushina snarled, pressing the advantage Naruto's strike had opened, driving Kajiro back another step toward the chamber's rear wall. We're finishing something. There's a difference. The distinction seemed to land harder than any physical blow, some final thread of Kajiro's composure fraying visibly at the words, and the faction leader's next strike came wilder, more desperate, easier to read and easier to counter than anything in the fight thus far, an opening Naruto seized without hesitation, the decisive strike that finally fully ended the confrontation, landing with a force that echoed through the ancient stone chamber long after the fight itself had gone still. Chapter 8. Kajiro fell at last beneath a combined strike that ended the confrontation with a finality the ritual chambers collapsed 2 years before had never quite achieved, the faction leader's defeat rippling out through the compound's remaining defenders in a wave of collapsing morale that allowed the strike team's outer assault to finally, decisively, break the last of the organized resistance. The compound's fall, when the dust settled, proved more thorough than anyone had dared hope, captured intelligence revealing not merely Kajiro's immediate operation but a web of dormant cells and sympathizers scattered across several allied territories, a network the intelligence division would spend the following months carefully dismantling piece by piece, but a network that had, with its central architect and primary base both eliminated in a single decisive strike, lost the coordinated leadership that had made it a genuine existential threat rather than a scattered collection of old grievances without direction. Is it over? Kushina asked quietly, standing amid the wreckage of the compound's inner sanctum, exhaustion and cautious relief tangled together across her features in equal measure. The threat that mattered most is, Naruto said, pulling her close amid the settling dust and the distant sounds of the strike team securing the remainder of the compound. There might be pieces of this that take years to fully clean up. But Kajiro's gone. The base is gone. Whatever comes next, it won't be this. Not this specific shadow hanging over Hikari's whole childhood. Kushina let out a long, shaking breath, some deep, held tension finally beginning to unwind from her shoulders after 2 years of vigilance that had shaped nearly every major decision of their lives together since the moment she'd found him bleeding in her forest. Let's go home, she said. I want to see our daughter. I want to hold her without wondering, every single time, whether this is the season somebody finally comes to take her from us. They made the 2 days' journey home considerably lighter than the journey out had been, the strike team's mood buoyant despite the losses the engagement had cost, and when they finally reached the village and made their way to Tereo's household to collect Hikari, the sight of their daughter's face lighting up with delighted recognition at their arrival undid something in Naruto's chest that he suspected the relief of Kajiro's defeat alone couldn't quite have managed on its own. Hey there, he murmured, lifting Hikari into his arms and burying his face briefly against her hair, breathing in the small, warm, entirely miraculous fact of her continued safety. Hey, sweetheart. We're home. And nobody's coming to take this away from us. Not anymore. Kushina wrapped her arms around them both, and they stood together a long moment in Tereo's doorway, a small, exhausted, deeply relieved family finally allowed to exhale after 2 years spent bracing for a threat that had, at long last, been laid to rest. You did well, Tereo said, watching the reunion with quiet satisfaction from a respectful distance. Both of you. This village owes you a debt it will take considerable time to properly repay. You don't owe us anything, Kushina said, though warmth colored the words rather than any real objection. We did this for her. For our family. Everything else was just what happened to be necessary along the way. Perhaps, Tereo allowed, a rare, genuine smile crossing his weathered features. Regardless. I believe this village is considerably fortunate that a stranger fell out of an unfamiliar sky nearly 3 years ago, and chose, against every reasonable expectation, to build a life here worth defending so fiercely. Later that evening, once Hikari had finally been settled to sleep and the exhaustion of the past 2 days' operation had begun, at last, to properly catch up with them both, Naruto and Kushina sat together on the porch a long while in comfortable, wordless silence, letting the reality of the victory settle slowly into something they could actually believe rather than simply survive. 3 years, Kushina said eventually, half to herself. 3 years since I found you bleeding in that forest, half out of your mind, calling my name like it was the only word you had left. I don't think either of us could have guessed, that first night, exactly how far this would carry us. No, Naruto agreed, pulling her close. But I wouldn't trade a single step of it. Not the fear, not the fighting, not any of it. It got us here. Here, Kushina repeated softly, resting her head against his shoulder, and for a long while neither of them said anything more, content simply to hold the hard-won quiet of a night finally, fully free of the shadow that had shaped so much of their life together thus far. Chapter 9. The months that followed carried a lightness Naruto had nearly forgotten was possible, the standing protective detail finally, gradually stood down as the intelligence division's continued cleanup of Kajiro's scattered network turned up nothing suggesting any remaining faction cell possessed either the resources or the coordinated leadership to mount a credible threat, and the household settled, for the first time since Hikari's birth, into something resembling genuine, unguarded normalcy. Hikari grew quickly through that first easy season of peace, taking her first wobbling steps in the same garden where her parents had married, chasing after Kushina's old Saban habit with the fierce, delighted curiosity of a toddler determined to understand everything about the world around her, and Naruto found himself, more evenings than not, simply sitting on the porch watching his small, ordinary, hard-won family exist in a peace that had cost them nearly everything to secure. "She's going to be trouble," Kushina observed one evening, watching Hikari attempt, with great determination and limited success, to climb onto a garden bench considerably taller than she was. "I can already tell. Same stubborn streak as both of us combined." "Wouldn't have her any other way," Naruto said, and meant it completely, the old, familiar ache of loss that had once defined so much of his inner life having settled, over these past peaceful months, into something quieter and more grateful, a scar rather than an open wound, present but no longer the loudest voice in his chest. It was on a quiet morning nearly a year after Kajiro's defeat, Hikari, now a properly opinionated toddler with a growing vocabulary she deployed liberally and often at the most inconvenient possible moments, that Kushina found Naruto in the kitchen with an expression that stirred a familiar, warm flicker of anticipation in his chest before she'd said a single word. "You've got that look again," he said, setting down his tea. "The one from right before you told me about Hikari." "Do I?" Kushina's mouth curved into a smile she was clearly fighting to contain. "Funny you should mention it, Kushina." "I'm pregnant again," she confirmed, laughing at whatever expression crossed his face in response, warm and delighted and entirely unguarded in a way that spoke to exactly how much safer this particular announcement felt now, with Kajiro's shadow finally, genuinely lifted from their lives. "Feels a lot different this time, doesn't it? Telling you without a faction actively plotting to turn our child into a weapon hanging over the news." "Feels perfect," Naruto said, crossing the kitchen to pull her into his arms, laughing himself now, the particular unguarded joy of a man who had earned, through 2 years of fierce and costly vigilance, the simple right to be happy about his family's future without reservation. "Feels absolutely perfect." Word of the pregnancy traveled through the household staff and the Jonin Corps with the same easy warmth Hikari's own arrival had once carried before the shadow of the faction's threat had complicated the celebration, and I am stopping by that same week with an unrelated report on the last of the network cleanup, offered her congratulations with a rare, unguarded smile that softened her usual precise composure considerably. "For what it's worth," she said, lingering a moment after the official business had concluded, "I've read a great many old texts about bloodline convergence and inherited chakra signatures over these past 2 years, more than I ever expected to in the course of an ordinary intelligence career. Somewhere in the middle of all that grim theoretical work, I found myself hoping, quietly, that this family might eventually get the chance to simply be a family, without every milestone carrying the weight of a security briefing attached to it." She inclined her head. "I'm glad to see that hope finally paying out." "Couldn't have gotten here without your work," Naruto told her honestly. "Every piece of intelligence that led us to Kajiro, all of it came through you and your team first. We all played our part," I.M. said, waving off the credit with brisk modesty before taking her leave, and Naruto found himself, watching her go, quietly grateful for the small army of people across the village who had, in ways large and small, helped carry his family safely through the hardest years of their story. Hikari, toddling into the kitchen at the sound of her parents' laughter and demanding, with the imperious confidence of a not quite 2-year-old, to be included in whatever was making everyone so happy, was scooped up between them and included readily, and the 3 of them, soon to be 4, stood together in the warm morning light of a kitchen that had witnessed nearly every major turn of the family's improbable story, looking forward, for the first time in a very long while, toward nothing more complicated or threatening than the simple, ordinary business of continuing to grow a life together. Chapter 10. The second pregnancy carried none of the shadowed vigilance of the first, and Kushina moved through the following months with a lighter, more relaxed confidence that Naruto found himself quietly grateful for every single day, the standing protective details absence a constant, welcome reminder of exactly how much they'd earned this particular season of ordinary, unguarded happiness. Hikari, old enough now to understand in broad, toddler terms that something was changing, took to pressing her small hands against Kushina's growing stomach with fierce, serious concentration, informing anyone who would listen that she was going to be a very good big sister. A declaration she made with such total conviction that Naruto rarely had the heart to point out she had yet to actually demonstrate this in practice with anything more demanding than a family cat. She's going to be so overwhelmed the first time the baby actually cries, Kushina predicted one evening, watching their daughter solemnly explain proper baby care procedure to a stuffed fox toy that bore, Naruto had noted with quiet amusement, a suspicious resemblance to Kurama. Give her some credit, Naruto said. She's got good teachers. She's got exhausted, occasionally chaotic teachers who are figuring most of this out as we go, Kushina corrected, laughing, but I appreciate the vote of confidence regardless. Life carried them forward through the pregnancy's remaining months with a steadiness that felt, after everything the preceding years had demanded, almost indulgently peaceful. Missions and research work balanced comfortably around the growing demands of a household preparing for its newest edition, and it was on a mild spring morning, considerably calmer in its onset than Hikari's dramatic autumn arrival had been, that Kushina woke Naruto with a gentle shake and the quiet, steady announcement that it was, once again, time. The labor progressed more quickly this second time, Kushina's body apparently having learned something useful from the first ordeal, and by early afternoon Naruto found himself once more kneeling beside a hospital bed, cradling a second small, furious, impossibly precious bundle against his chest while Kushina, exhausted and radiant in equal measure, watched with the same wondering joy that had marked Hikari's arrival nearly 2 years before. A boy this time, the medic announced, and Naruto looked down at his son's scrunched, indignant face and felt the same overwhelming, world-narrowing love settle into his chest that had first struck him the moment Hikari drew her first breath, a feeling he'd half worried might somehow be diminished by familiarity, and instead found, if anything, only deepened by the knowledge of exactly how much this particular kind of love was now capable of holding. He's got your temper already, Kushina observed, watching their son's furious, red-faced protest at the indignity of the whole birthing process with visible amusement despite her exhaustion. Loud opinions, immediately, about everything. Learn from the best, Naruto said, echoing an old joke between them, and settled beside her on the narrow hospital bed, their son held carefully between them, Hikari due to be brought in by Tereo's household staff within the hour to meet her new brother for the first time. They settled on his name together in the quiet, exhausted hour before their daughter's arrival, a name that carried, like Hikari's before it, the weight of everything they'd built and protected and refused to let any faction's ambition take from them. Kenji, Kushina decided softly, testing the name against their son's small, sleeping face. Strong and wise. Feels right, doesn't it? Feels perfect, Naruto agreed, and meant it completely, looking down at the small, complete shape of the family he had never, in his old life, quite dared to believe he'd get the chance to build. Hikari's arrival at the hospital an hour later, ushered in carefully by a member of Tereo's household staff, brought with it the particular chaotic energy of a not quite 2-year-old determined to inspect her new brother with the same fierce thoroughness she applied to everything else in her small, expanding world, standing on tiptoe beside the bed to peer at Kenji's scrunched, sleeping face with an expression of deep, solemn consideration. Small, she pronounced finally, satisfied with her assessment. Mine? Yours, Kushina confirmed, laughing softly despite her exhaustion, shifting to let their daughter climb carefully up beside her, Naruto's steadying hand ensuring the careful approach didn't jostle either sibling too roughly. Your baby brother. You're a big sister now, Hikari. Hikari considered this new title with the same gravity she brought to every important decision, reaching out one small, careful finger to touch Kenji's hand, delighted when his tiny fingers curled instinctively around hers exactly as they had around Naruto's on the day of her own birth 2 years before. Mine, she repeated, with an air of final, satisfied ownership, and settled contentedly against Kushina's side to watch over her new brother with a protectiveness that struck Naruto, watching the small tableau unfold, as an early echo of exactly the fierce, loyal love that had defined both of her parents' lives so completely. Chapter 11. Hikari's introduction to her new brother proved, despite her extensive prior theoretical preparation, exactly as overwhelmed and delighted as Kushina had predicted, the toddler peering into the bundle of blankets with wide, serious eyes before declaring, with great and solemn authority, that Kenji was very small and very loud and that she approved of him regardless. The following months settled the family of 4 into a rhythm that felt, to Naruto, like the fullest expression yet of everything he'd spent nearly 3 years building in this world that had once been so entirely unfamiliar. A household loud and busy and warm in exactly the ways he'd once feared he might never get to properly know again after everything the crossing between worlds had cost him. Tereo's office, in recognition of the family's contribution to the Kajiro operation's ultimate success and the continued stability the following year had demonstrated, extended Naruto's shinobi status from provisional to fully permanent, a formality that carried, by this point, more sentimental weight than practical consequence given how thoroughly he'd already been woven into the fabric of village life. But a formality both he and Kushina nonetheless celebrated properly, with considerably more ramen than the occasion strictly required. Permanent, Kushina said that evening, turning the official document over in her hands with a satisfaction that ran deep. Feels good, doesn't it? Nobody left to question whether you belong here. Never really felt like I needed the paperwork to know that, Naruto admitted, watching Hikari attempt, with limited success, to teach Kenji how to properly hold a toy kunai, the baby considerably more interested in gumming the plastic than wielding it with any tactical intent. But I won't pretend it doesn't feel good to have it official regardless. The Intelligence Division's ongoing work continued to turn up nothing suggesting any organized threat remained from Kajiro's shattered network, the scattered remnants either captured, quietly disbanded, or apparently content to abandon the ambition entirely in the absence of coordinated leadership, and the wary vigilance that had shaped so much of the family's early years slowly, steadily gave way to something Naruto had once feared he might never fully earn back, the simple, unremarkable freedom to plan a future without constantly bracing for the next threat waiting just beyond it. It was on a warm evening nearly 2 years after Kenji's birth, both children old enough now to run riotous circles around the garden their parents had married in, that Naruto found himself once more on the porch beside Kushina, watching their family's chaos unfold across the yard with a contentment so complete it occasionally still caught him off guard. Ever think about a third? Kushina asked, watching Hikari, now 4 and fiercely opinionated, attempt to organize Kenji, barely 2 and considerably less cooperative, into some elaborate game whose rules only she seemed to understand. Naruto considered the question with the particular warmth of a man who had, against every reasonable expectation his old life had ever offered him, built something worth expanding rather than merely protecting. Yeah, he admitted, smiling. I think about it more than I probably should, honestly. Good, Kushina said, leaning into his side with the easy, settled contentment of a woman entirely certain of the life she'd built. Because so do I. They sat together a while longer, watching Hikari's elaborate, incomprehensible game finally collapse into simple, delighted chasing across the grass, Kenji shrieking with laughter as his sister pursued him in slow, exaggerated circles around the same garden beds their parents had once weeded together in careful, watchful silence during that first uncertain week of Naruto's arrival in this world. You know, Kushina said, watching the children's chaos unfold with quiet fondness, I used to think a shinobi's life didn't leave room for any of this. Family, mess, ordinary noise filling up a house that used to be too quiet for comfort. I built an entire philosophy around not needing it, back before you fell out of that forest and ruined my carefully constructed independence. Sorry about that, Naruto said, entirely unapologetic, earning himself a fond, exasperated elbow to the ribs. Don't be, Kushina said, softening immediately, resting her head against his shoulder. It's the best ruin my life ever had. I wouldn't trade a single piece of it. Not the danger, not the fear, not even the parts that nearly broke us. All of it led here. To this. To them. She gestured toward their children, still chasing each other in delighted, breathless circles under the evening sky. I'd survive it all over again, exactly the same way, if it meant getting to keep this at the end of it. Yeah, Naruto agreed softly, pulling her closer, watching his family fill the garden with noise and laughter and the particular, unrepeatable chaos of small children utterly certain of how loved they were. Me too. Chapter 12. The years that followed carried the family through the ordinary, precious business of simply growing together, Hikari graduating eventually into the academy's earliest classes with the same fierce, stubborn determination that had defined her since her first wobbling steps across the garden, Kenji trailing enthusiastically in her wake with a loud, cheerful confidence that made him, by every account from his eventual own academy instructors, considerably more trouble in a classroom setting than his older sister had ever been. Naruto watched his children grow with a wonder that never quite faded, each new milestone landing with the particular weight of a man who understood, more intimately than most parents ever had cause to, exactly how easily this entire life might never have existed at all, how close a single failed jutsu and a faction's patient ambition had come to costing him every single ordinary, precious moment he now, finally, safely, got to witness unfold. Kushina remained, through all of it, the same fierce, steady presence she had been from the very first evening she'd found him bleeding in her forest, her jonin career eventually settling into a training role that let her shape the next generation of the village's shinobi with the same protective ferocity she'd once poured entirely into keeping her own small, hard-won family safe, and the household they built together grew, over the years, into something considerably larger than the quiet, watchful arrangement it had first been, filled now with the constant, cheerful noise of two growing children and the settled, comfortable love of two parents who had, against every reasonable expectation the universe had ever offered either of them, found in each other exactly the home either had quite dared to believe they'd get to keep. It was on a quiet evening some years later, the children finally, exhaustedly asleep after a long day of academy training and garden mischief in roughly equal measure, that Naruto found himself once more on the porch with Kushina, the same porch where so much of their life together had first taken shape, watching the stars wheel slow and familiar overhead. Regrets? Kushina asked, the old, familiar question carrying a different weight now than it once had, asked from a place of settled certainty rather than genuine doubt. None, Naruto said, and meant it with the whole of a heart that had, over the years, finally, fully healed around the shape of everything he'd once lost, not by forgetting it, but by learning to hold it alongside everything he'd since found. Not one single regret, Kushina. Whatever brought me here. Whatever it cost to keep. I'd choose this life again in an instant, every single time, no matter how many worlds I had to fall through to find it. Good answer, Kushina murmured, echoing words that had, by now, become something close to a private ritual between them, and settled against his side under a sky that had long since stopped feeling like a stranger's sky at all, home in every sense that mattered, complete, and finally, fully at peace. Act 4. The Boundary's Daughter. Chapter 1. 6 years is not a long time, measured against the whole of a life, but it was long enough for a stranger who had once fallen bleeding out of an unfamiliar sky to become, by every meaningful measure, simply a father standing at the edge of an academy training yard, watching his 8-year-old daughter attempt to land a transformation technique with considerably more determination than precision. You're overthinking it, Naruto called across the yard, and Hikari, red hair escaping its careful braid in windblown strands that made her look, in that particular moment, so much like her mother that his chest ached pleasantly with the resemblance, shot him a look of profound, 8-year-old exasperation. I am not overthinking it. I am thinking exactly the right amount, she informed him, with the kind of total conviction that had defined her since her first wobbling steps across the garden, and promptly attempted the technique again, chakra flaring bright and slightly unstable around her small frame. What happened next happened fast enough that Naruto's memory of it, replayed countless times in the following days, never quite settled into a coherent sequence. The chakra around Hikari didn't simply flare and fade the way a child still developing control usually produced. It flickered, for one disorienting heartbeat, into something that looked less like imperfect technique and more like a tear in the fabric of the air itself, a thin, silver-edged seam hanging suspended a few feet above the training yard's packed dirt, through which Naruto caught, for less than a second, a glimpse of somewhere that was not this world at all. Then it was gone, snapping shut as quickly as it had opened, and Hikari stumbled backward with a startled yelp, more surprised than hurt, staring at her own hands as though they'd betrayed her. Dead? Her voice had lost all its earlier bravado, small and uncertain in a way that sent Naruto crossing the yard at a dead run before he'd fully processed moving. What was that? I don't know, he admitted, kneeling beside her, checking her over with hands that weren't entirely steady, chakra senses flaring outward in search of any lingering disturbance and finding, to his considerable unease, a faint residual hum in the air exactly like the wrongness he remembered feeling the very first day he'd woken in this world, unfamiliar grass beneath him and a fox stirring uneasy in his gut. But we're going to find out. I promise you that. Kurama, silent for years now beyond the occasional wry comment on Naruto's parenting choices, stirred low and wary in his chest for the first time in longer than he could remember. That wasn't her chakra malfunctioning, Kit, the fox rumbled, grave in a way that raised the hair on Naruto's arms. That was the boundary. The same one you tore crossing here in the first place. And it just answered something in her blood. What do you mean, answered? Naruto asked silently, still kneeling beside his shaken daughter, keeping his voice pitched low enough that Hikari, gathering herself a few feet away, wouldn't overhear the private exchange. I mean the scar I've felt sitting quiet in your chakra network for 10 years just responded to something in hers, Kurama said. Like two instruments tuned to the same note, one struck and the other humming in sympathy. She didn't open that tear on purpose, Kit. Her chakra found it the way water finds a crack in old stone. Given enough pressure, enough fear, enough raw feeling behind it, I don't know how much further that crack might open. The rest of the academy day passed in a blur, other instructors ushering the remaining students back toward their regular lessons with the brisk, practiced calm of people trained to handle small emergencies without alarming an entire yard of children, and Naruto found himself walking Hikari back toward the academy's main hall to await Kushina's arrival. Acutely aware of every curious glance from students and instructors alike who had witnessed, however briefly, something none of them had a framework to properly understand. Everyone staring, Hikari murmured, small and uncomfortable, tucking herself close against his side in a way she hadn't done unprompted in over a year, since she'd decided, with typical 8-year-old conviction, that she was too old for public displays of needing comfort. Let them stare, Naruto said gently, an arm settling protective around her shoulders. You didn't do anything wrong. Whatever this is, we're going to figure it out together, and none of it is your fault. I promise you that. She didn't answer, but she leaned a little more heavily into his side, and he held the contact a while longer than either of them strictly needed, grateful, in the midst of the mounting unease, for the simple fact that she was still there beside him, whole and safe, whatever strange and frightening thing had briefly opened in the air above her. Chapter 2. Kushina arrived at the academy within minutes of the message reaching her, still in her training gear from a morning spent drilling genin at the Jonin instruction grounds, and the look on her face when Naruto finished explaining what had happened settled into the same fierce, focused calm he remembered from every crisis they'd weathered together across the better part of a decade. Show me exactly what you saw, she said, and Naruto did his best, describing the silver-edged seam, the brief, disorienting glimpse of somewhere else entirely, while Hikari sat close between them on a bench outside the academy's main hall, unusually subdued, small hands twisted together in her lap. Am I in trouble? She asked finally, when the description trailed off into the kind of heavy silence that 8-year-olds instinctively read as worse than actual anger. No, sweetheart, Kushina said immediately, pulling her close. You didn't do anything wrong. Your dad and I just need to understand what happened, that's all. So we can make sure it doesn't scare you again. Kenji, 6 and blissfully unaware of the gravity settling over the rest of the family, greeted his sister's early return from academy with delighted enthusiasm, dragging her toward the garden to show off a caterpillar he'd apparently spent the better part of the morning cultivating a friendship with, and Naruto found himself grateful, watching Hikari's shoulders ease fractionally at her brother's uncomplicated joy. For the particular gift younger siblings so often gave without ever meaning to. A reminder that ordinary life continued regardless of whatever complicated thing had just happened. They brought Hikari home rather than continuing training for the day, and once she'd been settled with Kenji in the garden under the watchful eye of a family friend, Naruto and Kushina sat together at the same kitchen table where nearly every major turn of their life together had first been discussed. The old weight of unresolved threats settling back over the room with an unwelcome familiarity neither of them had expected to feel again after 6 peaceful years. "IM's team needs to see this," Kushina said. "Today, if possible." "Kurama thinks it's tied to the original crossing," Naruto said. "The boundary I tore getting here in the first place. He thinks Hikari's chakra just answered it. Like something in her blood recognizes the tear even though she's never been anywhere near it." "Bloodline convergence," Kushina said slowly, old dread creeping back into her voice as she reached for a theory she'd hoped, 6 years ago, they'd finally laid to rest. "That's exactly what the old faction texts theorized. A child born of your crossing and my bloodline both, carrying something neither of us alone could produce." "Kajiro's dead," Naruto reminded her, though the reassurance felt thinner than he wanted it to. "The compound's gone. The network's dismantled." "The network we found was dismantled," Kushina corrected, quiet and grim. "That's not the same thing as certain it was all of it." "IM arrived within the hour, older now, a few gray threads visible at her temples that hadn't been there when she'd first laid an old brittle scroll across this same table years before, and her expression, on hearing the account of what had happened at the academy yard, carried the particular controlled alarm of someone whose worst theoretical fears had just acquired uncomfortable practical confirmation. "I need to run some readings," she said. "On Hikari if you'll permit it, and on the training yard itself. If what you're describing is genuinely a boundary fluctuation rather than an isolated fluke, this village needs to understand the scope of what we might actually be dealing with before it happens again somewhere considerably less controlled." Chapter 3. IM's readings, completed over the following days with a careful, thorough patience that did little to ease the household's mounting unease, confirmed what Kurama's grim assessment had already suggested. The boundary between worlds, the same scar Naruto's original crossing had torn nearly a decade before, had never fully healed. It had simply gone quiet, dormant, held in an uneasy balance that Hikari's own maturing chakra, inherited in equal measure from an interworld traveler and an Uzumaki survivor both, had begun, entirely without her own awareness or consent, to disturb. The readings themselves, painstakingly gathered from the training yard and cross-referenced against the same old theoretical fragments the intelligence division had first recovered years before, painted a picture considerably more complex than a simple childhood chakra malfunction. IM's team measured a faint but persistent resonance lingering in the yard's soil for days after the incident, a residue that matched, with unsettling precision, the readings once taken from the ruined sealing grounds where Kajiro had first attempted the anchor ritual, suggesting the boundary itself carried some manner of memory, responding more readily to a bloodline that had already, once before, torn through it successfully. "The good news, such as it is," IM reported, laying out her findings for Naruto, Kushina, and Tereo in the Hokage's office, is that the fluctuations appear connected specifically to moments of heightened emotional and chakra stress in Hikari herself, rather than being a spontaneous, uncontrolled phenomenon. That gives us something to work with. Careful training, emotional regulation techniques, a controlled environment for her to grow into whatever this ability actually is. "And the bad news?" Tereo asked, though his weathered expression suggested he'd already guessed at the shape of it. "The bad news is that word of a boundary disturbance this significant will not stay contained to this village indefinitely, however carefully we manage it," IM said. "And if any remnant of Kajiro's old network, or any new faction entirely, catches wind of a child capable of opening tears in the fabric between worlds, however unintentionally, the danger this family faced 6 years ago will look, by comparison, almost quaint." The silence that followed sat heavy in the room, and it was Kushina who finally broke it, voice steady despite the fear plainly visible beneath the control. "Then we get ahead of it," she said. "Same as we did with Kajiro. We don't wait for a threat to mature into something we can't contain. We start training Hikari properly, we keep this contained within trusted circles as long as we possibly can, and we make sure that if anyone does come looking for whatever she's capable of, they find a family considerably better prepared to protect her than any faction's ambition could account for." Tereo nodded slowly, some of the old, familiar resolve from years past settling back into his bearing. I'll authorize a discreet research initiative, run through IM's team exclusively, no wider circulation until we better understand what we're dealing with. And I want a protective review conducted on the household, quietly, without alarming the wider village. Here we go again, Kushina murmured to Naruto, once the meeting had broken and they were walking home through streets that felt, for the first time in years, faintly unsafe in a way Naruto had hoped his children would never have cause to feel. Here we go again, he agreed, taking her hand, except this time we've got 6 years of practice at exactly this kind of fight. We'll be ready. The council session Tereo convened the following week, smaller and more discreet than the formal chamber debate that had once determined Naruto's own provisional status years before, gathered only the small circle of advisors and senior jonin who already carried knowledge of the family's full history, and the discussion that followed carried a weight of accumulated experience that made the planning, if not easier, at least considerably more efficient than it might otherwise have been. We have an advantage this time that we didn't have with Kajiro, Tereo observed, addressing the assembled circle with the particular measured calm that had guided this village through more than one crisis over his long tenure. We understand, at least in broad theoretical strokes, exactly what we're protecting against, and we have nearly a decade of established trust with the family at its center. That trust buys us cooperation and speed that a stranger's crisis never could have commanded. It also means whoever comes looking for Hikari already knows exactly where to look, one of the senior jonin pointed out grimly. No searching required. No provisional status to argue over. Just a known, documented target. Then we make that target considerably harder to reach than anyone anticipates, Kushina said, and the fierce, focused resolve in her voice settled the room's uncertain mood into something more purposeful. We've done this before. We'll do it again, however many times it takes. The meeting concluded with a comprehensive plan already taking rough shape, a discreet research initiative under IM's exclusive direction, a quiet strengthening of the household's protective arrangements, and a careful, ongoing effort to help Hikari herself understand and gradually master whatever ability her chakra had inherited, and Naruto walked home that evening beside Kushina with the same grim, determined clarity that had carried them both through every previous threat this family had weathered together. Chapter 4. The training that followed consumed much of the following months, careful and patient in a way that bore little resemblance to ordinary academy instruction. IM's small research team working alongside Naruto and Kushina both to help Hikari understand and gradually gain control over an ability that none of them, including Hikari herself, fully understood the shape or limits of. It feels like reaching for something, Hikari tried to explain one evening, curled against Kushina's side on the porch, working through the day's frustrations with the particular earnest seriousness she brought to everything that mattered to her. Like there's a door somewhere close by, and when I get really scared or really upset, my chakra kind of leans toward it. Without me telling it to. That's a good way to describe it, Naruto said, settling on her other side. That door, it's the same one I fell through to get here, a long time before you were born. It's been closed a long time. But your chakra, it's got a little bit of that door built into it, from both of us, and sometimes it wants to open even when you don't mean for it to. Is that bad? Hikari asked, small and uncertain in a way that made Naruto's chest tighten. It's not bad, Kushina said firmly, pulling her close. It's just powerful. And powerful things need careful handling, same as any technique. That's all we're teaching you. Not how to stop being who you are. Just how to be in charge of it, instead of it being in charge of you. The emotional regulation exercises IM's team developed proved slow, occasionally frustrating work, Hikari's naturally fierce, stubborn temperament sometimes working against the careful patience the training demanded, but the incidents grew steadily less frequent as the months wore on, the training yard's occasional silver-edged flickers becoming rarer, briefer, more contained. Some days went better than others. There were afternoons Hikari worked through the careful breathing exercises with visible frustration, chakra flaring unstable at the edges despite her best efforts, storming off to sulk in her room rather than continue, and Naruto found himself, more than once, sitting outside her closed door offering quiet, patient company rather than pushing for conversation she wasn't ready to have. I hate that it's different for me, she admitted, on one such evening, finally cracking the door open to let him in. Nobody else in my whole class has to do breathing exercises to keep from accidentally opening a hole in the sky. It's not fair. No, Naruto agreed honestly, sitting beside her on the bed. It's not fair. I wish I could tell you it gets easier to accept that unfairness, but honestly, I still get frustrated about plenty of things that aren't fair about my own life too, even after all these years. What I can tell you is that you're not doing this alone. Whatever it costs you to learn this control, your mom and I are right here, every single step, for exactly as long as it takes. She leaned into his side, some of the day's frustration bleeding slowly out of her posture. Thanks for not just telling me it's fine when it isn't. Never gonna lie to you about the hard stuff, Naruto said. You deserve better than that. Kenji, 6 years old now and fiercely protective of his older sister in the particular loud, uncomplicated way of younger siblings who hadn't yet learned to temper their loyalty with subtlety, took to standing guard during Hikari's training sessions with a wooden practice sword and an expression of deep, serious concentration that Naruto found simultaneously hilarious and quietly touching. Nobody's gonna mess with my sister, he announced solemnly, more than once, brandishing the wooden sword at an invisible threat only he could apparently see, and Hikari, despite her own private fears about what her ability might actually mean, never failed to find genuine comfort in her little brother's fierce, uncomplicated devotion. It was on a quiet evening near the end of that long, careful season of training, Hikari's control visibly improved, the incidents down to nothing in nearly 6 weeks, that the household's fragile, hard-won calm finally, inevitably, shattered. Chapter 5. The attack came at night, professional and coordinated in a way that immediately told Naruto, wrenched from sleep by the perimeter alarm's shrill warning, exactly what kind of threat they were now facing again. He was moving before the sound had fully registered, old instincts honed across 2 worlds and a decade of hard-won vigilance carrying him out of bed and into motion faster than conscious thought could keep pace with. Hikari, Kenji, stay behind me, Kushina ordered, already moving, kunai drawn, positioning herself between the children's room and the sound of the breached perimeter with the same fierce, unshakable resolve she'd carried into every threat this family had ever faced. Naruto met the intruders in the hallway, 3 shinobi moving with the disciplined, coordinated precision of trained operatives rather than opportunistic raiders, and the fight that erupted was fast and brutal in the close confines of the house. Chakra flaring gold as he drove the first attacker back through the front door and into the waiting arms of the protective detail finally, belatedly responding to the alarm. It was the second attacker who nearly reached the children's room, moving with a speed that spoke to considerable skill, and it was only Kushina's fierce, immovable defense at the doorway, meeting the attacker's blade with a counter honed across 2 decades of shinobi experience, that kept the threat from reaching any closer to Hikari and Kenji huddled together behind her. You're not getting past me, Kushina snarled, driving the attacker back with a combination that ended the exchange decisively, and the third intruder, seeing the assault already failing badly, broke and fled toward the garden's outer wall rather than press an engagement that had clearly gone wrong from the opening moments. Naruto caught the fleeing attacker before they cleared the perimeter, pinning them against the garden wall with a grip that left no room for further resistance, and the mask torn away in the struggle revealed a face he didn't recognize, though the faint, old scarring visible along one cheek carried an unsettling familiarity. Kajiro's mark, Naruto said grimly, recognizing the old faction tattoo half hidden beneath the scarring. You're one of the survivors. The ones we thought scattered for good. Scattered, the operative spat, struggling uselessly against the hold. Not finished. We've been watching this family for years, waiting for exactly the confirmation we finally got a few months ago, when your daughter tore a hole in the sky in the middle of an academy training yard for half the village to see. Naruto's blood ran cold. That's not possible. That was contained. Nobody outside a handful of trusted people even knew. Nothing stays contained forever, the operative said, something like satisfaction flickering through the fear plainly visible in their eyes despite the desperate circumstances. Not when there are people patient enough, and desperate enough, to keep watching for exactly the kind of confirmation your family was always eventually going to provide. The protective detail arrived to secure the prisoner properly, and Naruto found Kushina in the children's doorway moments later. Hikari and Kenji both held tight against her, all three of them shaken but unharmed, and the fierce relief of that fact did little to ease the cold, familiar dread already settling back over the household at the confirmation that whatever remained of Kojiro's shattered ambition had, after 6 quiet years, finally found its way back to their door. Kenji, roused from sleep and thoroughly frightened despite his best efforts to appear otherwise, refused to let go of Naruto's leg for the better part of an hour afterward, small hands fisted stubbornly in the fabric of his father's sleep pants while the household staff and protective detail worked to secure the property and account for the damage. They came for Hikari, he said finally, quiet and serious in a way that struck Naruto as far too old for a 6-year-old's voice. Why did they come for Hikari? Naruto knelt down to his son's level, choosing his words with the same careful honesty he and Kushina had always tried to offer their children, even when the truth carried weight a young child shouldn't have had to hold. There are some people out there who think your sister's ability makes her useful to them, instead of seeing her as a person who deserves to be safe and happy, he said. That's not right, and it's not fair, and your mom and I are going to make absolutely sure nobody gets the chance to treat her that way. But I won't lie to you and pretend it's not something we have to take seriously. I'll protect her, Kenji said, with the same fierce, uncomplicated conviction he'd carried since he was old enough to brandish a wooden practice sword at imaginary threats. I don't care how many bad guys there are. I know you will, Naruto said, pulling him into a proper hug, throat tight with a mixture of pride and renewed, familiar fear for both his children in equal measure. We're all going to protect each other. That's what this family does. Chapter 6. The interrogation that followed yielded a name within days, a woman known within the faction's surviving remnant as Renge, who had served, the captured operative revealed under careful questioning, as one of Kojiro's most trusted lieutenants before the mountain compound's fall, and who had spent the intervening 6 years rebuilding a smaller, far more patient organization around the singular, long-nursed ambition of finishing what her fallen leader had started. She's not interested in the anchor ritual anymore, I am reported, delivering the analysis to Naruto, Kushina, and Tereo's assembled war council with grim precision. Not directly. The old theoretical texts always specified that ritual required a stable, controlled boundary crossing, something we now understand Hikari's own chakra may be capable of producing naturally, given enough encouragement and the right catalytic conditions. Renge doesn't need to force a crossing anymore. She just needs to convince, or coerce, an 8-year-old girl to open one large enough and stable enough to serve her purposes. That's not happening, Kushina said, voice flat and absolute, the same fierce, unyielding conviction that had carried her through every threat this family had faced across the better part of a decade. Whatever Renge thinks she's owed, whatever old grievance she's still nursing on Kojiro's behalf, she is not getting anywhere near my daughter. Agreed, Tereo said, and this village will commit whatever resources are required to ensure exactly that outcome. But I want to be direct with you both. A threat capable of patiently rebuilding and waiting 6 full years for the right opportunity is not one we can assume will be deterred by a single failed infiltration attempt. We should expect Renge's organization to escalate, not retreat, now that their initial attempt has failed and their continued interest has been confirmed to us directly. IM's continued research into Renge's background, compiled over the following days from what fragments the captured operative's interrogation and the intelligence division's older records could piece together, painted the picture of a woman who had survived the compound's fall by chance rather than skill, one of only a handful of Kojiro's inner circle to escape the strike team's decisive assault 6 years prior, and who had spent every year since nursing a grievance considerably more personal than the old clan ideology that had first drawn her into the faction's ranks. She lost someone in that assault, IM explained. A sibling, according to the fragments we've recovered. That changes the calculus somewhat. Kojiro's ambition was old, ideological, patient in the way of someone pursuing a cause larger than themselves. Renge's motivation appears considerably more personal, which could make her either more predictable or more dangerously unpredictable, depending on how deeply the grief has curdled into something else over 6 years of isolation. Grief with a weapon in its hand, Kushina murmured, echoing words she'd spoken once before, years ago, about the very faction whose remnants they were once again facing down. Precisely that, IM agreed grimly. The following weeks carried the household back into the same watchful, fortified rhythm Naruto remembered all too well from the years before Kajiro's defeat, though this time the vigilance carried an added, harder edge, both children now old enough to understand, in age-appropriate but unmistakable terms, exactly what kind of danger their family faced and exactly why the increased security around their daily lives had become, once again, an unavoidable necessity. "I don't want to stop training," Hikari said firmly, when Naruto gently raised the possibility of pausing her academy work until the threat had been properly addressed. "If Renj wants my chakra to do something bad, then I want to get good enough at controlling it that she can't ever make me do it. That's better than hiding, isn't it?" Naruto studied his daughter, 8 years old and carrying, with a determination that reminded him powerfully of both her parents in equal measure, a burden no child should have had to shoulder, and felt a fierce, aching pride settle alongside the old, familiar fear. "Yeah," he said softly. "That's better than hiding. We'll keep training. Together. Every step of it." Chapter 7. The weeks between the failed infiltration attempt and Renj's next move passed with the deceptive calm that Naruto had come to recognize, across a decade of hard experience, as the particular quiet that so often preceded a storm rather than signaled its absence. The protective detail maintained its heightened rotation without incident. IM's research continued steadily, cataloging the growing sophistication of Hikari's controlled demonstrations. And the household, by careful, deliberate effort, tried to hold on to as much of its ordinary rhythm as the circumstances allowed, dinners and homework and Kenji's increasingly elaborate imaginary battles against faceless intruders continuing alongside the quiet, watchful vigilance underneath it all. "You've been sleeping badly," Kushina observed one night, finding Naruto still awake well past midnight, staring at the ceiling with the particular tension of a man whose instincts refused to fully believe in the calm surrounding them. "Feels too quiet," he admitted. "Renj's people don't strike me as the type to just give up after one failed attempt. Not after 6 years of patient planning to get that far in the first place." "I know," Kushina said, settling against him. "I feel it too. But we can't live every day bracing for the next attack. We tried that once, remember, and it cost us things I don't want to lose again, the easy parts of just being a family together. We stay ready. We don't stay afraid." He held on to that distinction as best he could through the following days, though the wariness never fully faded, and when the alarm finally did come, weeks later, on an ordinary midday during Hikari's regular academy training session, some part of him registered the shape of the danger before his conscious mind had even fully processed the alert, the old, familiar instinct for exactly this kind of engineered distraction rising sharp and immediate. Renj's escalation, when it came, arrived with a patience and precision that made the earlier failed infiltration look, by comparison, almost amateurish, a carefully orchestrated distraction drawing the bulk of the village's protective detail toward a fabricated border incident on the opposite side of the village entirely, while a small, highly trained cell moved directly against the academy itself during Hikari's regular midday training session. Naruto felt the wrongness before the alarm even sounded, a sudden, sick lurch in his chakra senses that he recognized instantly, having felt an echo of exactly this sensation once before in a training yard months earlier, except magnified now into something considerably larger and more deliberately, dangerously sustained. "The academy," he said, already moving, Kushina a half step behind him, both of them abandoning the border incident's response entirely the moment the true nature of the distraction became clear. They arrived to find the academy training yard transformed, a silver-edged turret considerably larger and more stable than anything Hikari had ever produced unintentionally hanging suspended above the yard's center, chakra pouring into it in a steady, engineered stream from a ritual apparatus Renj's cell had clearly spent considerable time and resources preparing, and at its edge, held immobile by a paralysis seal Naruto recognized with cold fury from the old faction's theoretical texts, stood Hikari, conscious, terrified, and entirely unable to move. "Let her go," Naruto snarled, chakra blazing gold and dangerous as he took in the scene. 3 faction operatives positioned defensively around the ritual apparatus, Renj herself standing near its center with the calm, calculating composure of someone who had waited 6 patient years for exactly this moment. "She's not being harmed," Renj said, unmoved by the fury radiating off both approaching parents. merely encouraged. Her own fear is doing considerably more of the work than any technique of mine could manage alone. Fascinating, really, how efficiently terror opens the exact door I need. You're using our daughter's fear as a weapon, Kushina said, voice gone cold and lethal in a way Naruto had heard only a handful of times across their years together. And you expect us to simply stand here and discuss the mechanics of it? The fight that erupted was immediate and desperate, Naruto and Kushina cutting through Ren's defensive operatives with a speed and coordinated ferocity born of a decade's shared experience, every strike aimed not merely at victory but at the singular, overriding priority of reaching Hikari before whatever Ren's ritual apparatus was building toward reached its completion. The tears destabilizing, Kit, Kurama warned, urgent and grave. Her fears feeding it faster than the apparatus was designed to handle. If this isn't stopped in the next few minutes, it won't matter who wins the fight. The tear itself may become something none of us can close. Chapter 8. Naruto reached Hikari first, cutting down the operative guarding the paralysis seal's control node with a strike that ended the resistance decisively, and the seal's grip released the moment its caster fell, Hikari collapsing forward into his arms with a sob of pure, overwhelmed relief. Dad, she managed, shaking badly, I couldn't stop it. I tried to stop my chakra from answering but I couldn't, it just kept pulling and pulling. You didn't do anything wrong, Naruto said fiercely, holding her close even as the battle raged on behind him, Kushina driving Ren back with a relentless assault that left no room for the faction leader's usual calculating composure. This isn't your fault. None of it. Do you hear me? The tear above them pulsed and widened, exactly as Kurama had warned, no longer merely a window into somewhere else but something actively straining at the edges of its own unstable boundaries. And Naruto understood, with a cold, focused clarity, that simply defeating Ren would not be enough to close what her ritual apparatus had already set irreversibly into motion. I can close it, he said, meeting his daughter's frightened eyes. But I need your help, Hikari. The same chakra that's keeping it open, we can use it to close it too, if we work together. Do you trust me? Yes, she said immediately, without a fraction of hesitation, and something in that instant, total trust steadied Naruto's own racing heart more thoroughly than anything else could have managed. He guided her chakra carefully, drawing on nearly a decade of hard-won understanding about the boundary he himself had first torn crossing into this world, Kurama's own considerable power lending steady, careful support as father and daughter worked in tandem to counter the pull Ren's apparatus had engineered, redirecting the unstable flood of chakra back toward closure rather than further rupture. The tear resisted at first, straining wide and dangerous overhead, and Naruto felt Hikari's small hand grip his own tight enough to hurt, her fear and determination both feeding into the effort with an intensity that made the difference, in the end, between success and catastrophe. Almost there, he told her, gritted through the strain. You're doing incredible, Hikari. Just like your mom. The tear collapsed at last with a final, silent flash of silver light, the residual chakra dispersing harmlessly into the afternoon air, and Naruto sagged with the effort's cost even as relief flooded through him, turning in time to see Kushina land the decisive strike that finally, fully ended Ren's desperate, faltering final assault, the faction leader crumpling to the training yard's dirt in defeat. It's over, Kushina said, breathing hard, crossing to gather both Naruto and Hikari into a fierce, trembling embrace. It's over, you're both safe, it's over. The rest of the strike team arrived moments later, the fabricated border distraction finally recognized for what it was and the remaining protective detail redirected in force toward the academy, and the cleanup that followed carried the particular chaotic efficiency of a village rallying quickly around a crisis it had, unfortunately, considerable practice managing. Ren was secured under heavy guard, the ritual apparatus dismantled and confiscated for Iam's team to study, and the handful of academy students who had witnessed some portion of the confrontation were gathered and reassured by their instructors with as much calm, measured honesty as the circumstances allowed. Naruto carried Hikari home himself rather than trust the walk to her own unsteady legs, her arms wrapped tight around his neck, face pressed against his shoulder. And it was only once they'd reached the familiar safety of their own porch that she finally allowed herself to properly cry, the delayed shock of the ordeal breaking through the fierce, determined composure she'd held together through the worst of the confrontation itself. I was so scared, she admitted, muffled against his shoulder. I thought I was going to get pulled through it. Into wherever that place was. I thought I was never going to see you or Mom or Kenji again. I know, Naruto said, holding her close, throat tight with an ache that mirrored uncomfortably the same helpless fear he'd once felt falling through an unfamiliar sky himself, though this time the fear had been for someone else entirely rather than his own uncertain fate. I know, sweetheart. But you're here. You're safe. And I promise you, for as long as I have any say in the matter, nobody is ever pulling you anywhere you don't choose to go. Kushina joined them on the porch a while later, Kenji held sleepy and confused against her shoulder, having been kept carefully sheltered from the worst of the day's events by the household staff, and the four of them sat together in the fading afternoon light for a long, quiet while, simply grateful, above every other consideration, for the fact that they remained against a threat that had come closer than any before it to tearing the family apart, still whole. Chapter 9. Ren's capture and the subsequent dismantling of her rebuilt network, conducted over the following weeks with a thoroughness the intelligence division had refined considerably since the original Kajiro operation years before, finally, definitively closed the chapter of the family's story that had first begun the day Naruto woke bleeding in Kushina's forest nearly a decade earlier. This time, I am reported, delivering the final assessment to a considerably relieved household several weeks after the academy confrontation. We've traced every remaining thread. Every safe house, every sympathizer, every last piece of the old faction's surviving infrastructure. I don't say this lightly, given how wrong we were the last time we believed this threat fully closed. But I believe, genuinely, that this is the end of it. Hikari's recovery from the ordeal took time, careful and patient in the way emotional wounds so often demanded regardless of how thoroughly the physical danger had passed. Nightmares in the first weeks that had Naruto or Kushina sitting beside her bed until dawn more nights than either of them cared to count, and a wariness around her own ability that took considerably longer to soften back into the confident, determined relationship with her chakra that the months of careful training before the attack had built. I'm scared it'll happen again, she admitted one evening, curled against Naruto's side on the porch, the same porch where so much of the family's history had first taken careful shape. Even though Ren's gone. Even though everyone says it's over. What if my chakra just does that again, someday, when I'm not ready for it? Then we'll be ready together, Naruto said, same as we were this time. That's not a promise that nothing bad will ever happen again, sweetheart. I wish I could give you that. But it's a promise that whatever comes, you won't face it alone. Not now. Not ever. Your mom and I have been doing this a long time, he added, more lightly, drawing a small, watery laugh from her. Nearly 10 years of somebody or something deciding our family's worth causing trouble over. We're getting pretty good at handling it by now. You're not that good, Hikari said, some of her old spark finally creeping back into her voice. You still can't put together furniture without help. That's an entirely unrelated skill set, Naruto protested, and her genuine laugh at his mock offense did more to ease the ache in his chest than any amount of careful reassurance could have managed alone. Kenji, too young to fully process the scale of what had happened at the academy but old enough to sense the household's lingering unease, took to sleeping most nights curled at the foot of his sister's bed rather than his own for the better part of a month afterward, a small, stubborn act of solidarity that Kushina found too tender to discourage even when it meant a certain amount of tangled blankets and sleepy negotiation come morning. He just wants to make sure I'm okay, Hikari explained, with the particular patient fondness of an older sibling who understood exactly what the gesture meant even when Kenji himself couldn't quite articulate it. I don't mind. It's kind of nice, actually, knowing he's there. IM's team, in the weeks following Ren's defeat, developed a more comprehensive set of grounding techniques specifically tailored to help Hikari manage the aftermath of acute fear without her chakra instinctively reaching for the boundary the way it had during the attack itself. Patient exercises in breathing and focus that Naruto found himself practicing alongside her most evenings, partly for her benefit and partly, he privately admitted, for his own lingering nerves as well. It's supposed to get easier, Kushina reminded him gently, catching him one evening running through the same breathing exercises long after Hikari had gone to bed, working through his own residual tension from the attack. For both of you. Give it time. I know, he said. Just hard to fully believe it some nights, when I still remember exactly how it felt watching that tear widen over her head. I remember too, Kushina said quietly, taking his hand. Every single detail. But we got her back. We closed it. And every day since, she's a little steadier, and so are we. That's not nothing, Naruto. That's everything, actually. Chapter 10. The months that followed carried the family gradually, gently back toward the ordinary rhythms that Ren's attack had so violently interrupted, Hikari's training resuming with renewed purpose once she'd worked through the worst of the fear, her control over the boundary-adjacent ability growing steadily more sophisticated under IM's continued patient guidance, until the occasional controlled demonstration of it, in careful, supervised conditions, became less a source of dread and more, slowly, a source of quiet pride. You're better at this than I ever was, Naruto told her honestly, watching her open and close a small, contained tear no larger than a dinner plate with a precision that had taken him, by contrast, an entire desperate crossing and years of accumulated instinct to even begin approximating. I never learned to control it. I just survived it. That's because you didn't have anyone to teach you, Hikari pointed out, with the particular bluntness of a 9-year-old who had, over the past year, grown considerably more confident in offering her own observations. I had you. And Mom. And I am. That's the difference. The observation settled warm and true in Naruto's chest, and he found himself, watching his daughter's careful, growing mastery of an ability that had once terrified them both, struck by the particular, quiet wonder of watching a child succeed at something specifically because of support he himself had never had the chance to receive. Kenji, 8 now and no less fiercely protective of his sister than he'd been as a small boy with a wooden practice sword, had taken to shadowing Hikari's training sessions with genuine, engaged interest rather than mere loyal vigilance, and it was on a warm afternoon watching the two of them work together, Kenji offering enthusiastic if not always accurate tactical suggestions while Hikari patiently indulged his input, that Kushina found Naruto on the training yard's edge, wrapping an arm around his waist and leaning into his side. Look at them, she said softly. A year ago I wasn't sure either of us would ever feel comfortable letting her practice this in the open again. Now look, they're going to be alright, Naruto said, watching his children with a certainty that felt, after everything the past year had cost to earn, entirely hard-won. Both of them. Whatever else comes, they've got each other. They've got us. That's more than either of us started with, and look how far we made it anyway. Look how far we made it, Kushina agreed, and they stood together a long while, watching their children train under a clear afternoon sky, the old, familiar shadow of faction ambition finally, genuinely lifted from a family that had spent very nearly a decade fighting, patiently and fiercely in equal measure, for exactly this, the simple, unremarkable right to watch their children grow up safe. The following spring brought the Academy's annual demonstration exhibition, a modest showcase where students presented their progress before assembled families and instructors, and Hikari's decision to include a small, carefully controlled demonstration of her boundary work among her presented techniques carried a significance that only the small circle of people who understood the full history could properly appreciate. You don't have to, Kushina reminded her gently, the morning of the exhibition, watching their daughter review her planned demonstration with visible nerves. Nobody would think less of you for choosing something safer to show. I want to, Hikari said, with the same stubborn conviction that had carried her through the training's hardest months. I spent a whole year being scared of what I could do. I don't want to be scared of it anymore. I want people to see that I'm in charge of it now, not the other way around. The demonstration, when her turn came, drew a small, appreciative murmur from the assembled crowd. A contained tear no larger than a dinner plate opened and closed with careful, deliberate precision, and Naruto, watching from the crowd beside Kushina, felt a fierce, aching pride swell in his chest that had nothing at all to do with the technical skill on display and everything to do with the sheer, hard-won courage it had taken his daughter to stand there and claim mastery over something that had once nearly cost her everything. She's remarkable, Kushina murmured, echoing his own thought exactly, gripping his hand tight as their daughter took her bow to genuine, warm applause. Takes after her mother, Naruto said, and meant every word of it. Chapter 11. It was Tereo, nearing the end of a long and eventful tenure as Hokage, who raised the question that would come to define the family's next chapter, calling Naruto and Kushina to his office on a quiet autumn afternoon nearly a year after Ren's defeat with a gravity that suggested the conversation carried weight beyond ordinary administrative business. I am considering, in the coming years, stepping back from this office, the old Hokage said, and passing the mantle to a successor better suited to carry this village into its next chapter. Before that transition occurs, however, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you both directly, given how deeply your family's story has become woven into this village's own history over the past decade. What matter? Kushina asked, though something in her tone suggested she'd already half-guessed the shape of it. The boundary, Tereo said simply. The one your husband first crossed nearly 10 years ago, and which your daughter's own remarkable ability has since demonstrated remains very much alive, however dormant it typically stays. IM's research team has spent the past year, quietly, studying the phenomenon in considerably more depth than the crisis conditions of Ren's attack ever allowed. They believe, cautiously, that a controlled, deliberate crossing, properly managed rather than desperately forced, might now be possible. Not merely a tear, but an actual, stable passage. Naruto felt the floor shift slightly beneath the words, an old, half-buried longing he had thought, years ago, fully and finally settled, stirring back to unsteady life at the implication plainly hanging in the air. You're saying I could go back, he said slowly. See what's left of my old world. Not by accident, not by desperate crossing, but on purpose. Safely. I am saying the theoretical possibility now exists, Tereo clarified carefully. Whether it proves practically achievable, and whether you would choose to pursue it even if it did, are questions I would not presume to answer on your behalf. I raise it only because I believe you deserve to know the option may exist, before I step back from an office that has, for the better part of a decade, been intimately involved in every major turn of your family's story. Kushina's hand found Naruto's, steady despite the sudden, complicated weight of the conversation, and when he looked at her, searching for some read on what she felt about the possibility just laid bare between them, he found not fear or resistance but a quiet, careful openness that humbled him considerably. Whatever you decide, she said softly, I meant it years ago when I said I wasn't going anywhere. That includes standing beside you if you need to go looking for whatever's left of the world you lost. We'd face it together. Same as everything else. Tereo studied them both a moment longer, something contemplative crossing his weathered features before he continued. I do not raise this lightly, nor without considerable thought given to the risks involved. A controlled crossing, even a well-managed one, is not without danger, both to whoever attempts it and potentially to the stability of the boundary itself, given what we now understand about how readily it seems to respond to your family's particular chakra signatures. IM's team would need considerable time to prepare properly, should you choose to pursue it, and I would insist on the same rigorous safeguards we've applied to every other aspect of managing this phenomenon. And if I decided I wanted to try, Naruto asked, how long would that preparation take? Months, at minimum, Tereo said. Perhaps longer, depending on what IM's team learns as their research continues. This is not a decision that requires an answer today, or even this season. I raise it now only because I believe a decision of this magnitude deserves considerable time to properly weigh, rather than being sprung upon you without warning when circumstances might eventually force a faster choice. Thank you, Kushina said, for giving him the time to actually think it through, instead of just deciding for him. It did not seem my place to decide, Tereo said simply. Whatever this village owes your family, and I believe it owes a great deal, that debt does not include the right to determine how Naruto chooses to relate to the world he lost. That choice belongs to him alone. They left the Hokage's office that afternoon carrying a weight neither of them had expected to shoulder again. The old, half-buried question of Naruto's original world stirred back to unsteady, complicated life after nearly a decade of settled peace, and the walk home passed in a thoughtful, companionable quiet that gave Naruto space to begin, carefully, turning the possibility over in his mind. Chapter 12. The weeks that followed carried Naruto through a private, careful reckoning he hadn't expected to face again after so many settled, contented years, turning the possibility over from every angle he could manage, weighing the old, aching grief for a world and people he had never fully stopped missing against the fierce, complete love he carried for the life and family he had built in the years since losing them. I keep thinking about what I'd actually be going back to, he admitted to Kushina one evening, the two of them alone on the porch after the children had finally been settled for the night. Even if the crossing worked exactly like Iam's theory suggests, it wouldn't be going home, not really. It'd be visiting a world that's kept moving without me for 10 years. Maybe everyone I lost is still gone there too. Maybe the people who survived have built their own lives in my absence, same as I built mine here. I'm not sure what I'd actually be looking for. Closure, maybe, Kushina offered gently. Or just the chance to see it with your own eyes, instead of only ever carrying it as a memory you never got to properly say goodbye to. He considered that for a long moment, the old grief and the new, hard-won peace both sitting present and reconciled in his chest in a way that surprised him with how little conflict actually remained between them. I don't think I need to go, he said finally, testing the conclusion honestly before committing to it aloud. Not because I'm afraid of what I'd find. Because I already have exactly what I was looking for, back when I thought I'd lost everything for good. I found it here. With you. With Hikari and Kenji. Going back wouldn't complete anything that still feels unfinished. It'd just be reopening a door I've already made my peace with closing. You're sure? Kushina asked, searching his face carefully, making certain the answer came from genuine conviction rather than simple avoidance of a difficult question. I'm sure, Naruto said, and found, saying it aloud, that it settled into place with the same quiet certainty that had carried him through every major turn of the life he built in this world. Maybe someday that changes. Maybe someday I want to know for certain what became of the people I lost. But not today. Today I've got everything I actually need, right here, he thought, sitting there with Kushina's head warm against his shoulder, of the version of himself who had woken bleeding in an unfamiliar forest a decade before, certain that whatever he'd find in this strange, mirrored world would only ever be a pale substitute for everything he'd lost. That version of himself, he understood now, had been wrong about almost everything that mattered. Not because the grief hadn't been real, or the loss hadn't cost exactly as much as it had felt like it cost. But because he'd assumed, in the rawest depths of that grief, that love given to new people in a new place would somehow diminish or dishonor what had come before, rather than simply existing alongside it, its own full and complete thing. You've gone quiet, Kushina observed, tilting her head to study his face in the porch light. Just thinking, he said, about how wrong I was, that first week here, about what this life could actually turn into. I thought I was just going to survive it. Keep my head down, get through whatever this world threw at me, and eventually either find a way home or fade quietly into a life that never really let itself belong anywhere. He pressed a kiss to her hair. Instead I got the fullest life I think I've ever had, in either world. Wife. Kids. A home that actually feels like one. I don't think that version of me, bleeding in your forest, could have imagined this even if you'd shown him exactly what was coming. Good thing he didn't have to imagine it, Kushina said, smiling against his shoulder. Good thing he just got to live it instead. Kurama, quiet again in the depths of Naruto's chakra network, offered nothing more than a low, contented rumble in response, the closest the old fox ever came anymore to open sentiment, and Naruto let himself sit there a long while longer, holding his wife close under a sky full of stars, the old door back to his original world set down with genuine, settled peace, and the new door. The one that had opened the night Kushina found him bleeding in the grass and decided, against every reasonable instinct, to take a chance on a stranger anyway, standing wide open still, exactly as it had for the past 10 years, exactly as he intended to keep it standing for every year still to come, far beyond the village walls, in the quiet places the intelligence division's careful sweep had not yet fully secured. The last scattered whispers of an old faction's ambition finally, truly began to fade into nothing more than history, while within the walls themselves, a family that had fought harder than most to earn its ordinary happiness settled, at last, into the simple, unremarkable business of continuing to live it. One hard-won, grateful day at a time. I like being here, Naruto said, and meant it with the whole of a heart that had, across 10 hard-won, fiercely protected years, finally, fully learned exactly where it belonged. Inside the house, through the open window, the faint, familiar sound of Kenji's sleep-muttered protest against some imaginary foe drifted out into the night air, and Hikari's door creaked softly as she shifted in her sleep, safe and sound and utterly unaware of how close the world had once again come to taking everything from her, and Naruto, listening to the small, ordinary sounds of his sleeping children, felt the last of the evening's heavier thoughts settle quietly into something like gratitude, simple and complete, for a life that had cost so much to build and that he intended, with everything he had, to keep protecting for as long as he possibly could. Thanks for listening.